Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. It's been an interesting day in the Elora area. We have had some off and on heavy rain, but it's dry right now, and the track, if things hold up the way they are, the track should be fast. It is currently listed as fast. The temperature will be recorded as 18 degrees Celsius. Shall we get a look at the changes on tonight's card at the river? Fans in race number one. Note the number 2, Diamonds Are Twine. The driver will be Jason Ryan. Jason Ryan will drive 2, Diamonds Are Twine in the first. And number 8, Runaway Heiress. The driver will be Eddie Green. Eddie Green will drive the 8. Second race, no changes. Race number 3. Number 3, Bry down a little bit, has an equipment change. It is adding a Murphy blind on the right side. Adding a Murphy blind on the right side. And number 5, keep it in perspective, driver to be announced. Driver to be announced on the 5 and the 3rd. Race number 4. Note that number 4, 2 for tripping. The driver will be Paul McKenzie. Paul McKenzie drives 4, 2 for tripping. Race number 5. Number 1, Delightful Magic. The driver to be announced. TBA on the 1. Scratches of 3. That's a Beach. And 4, the Yin Yang. That is race 5. Scratches of 3 and 4. Race number 6, no changes. No changes, race number 6. Race number 7. Number 6, YS Delight and Sports Corp. Correction, YS Delight is driver to be announced, and number 8, Sports Corp. Sports Core is scratched. Race 7, scratch 8, Sports Core. Race number 8, number 6, Seize Control. Driver to be announced. TBA on the 6th and the 8th. Ninth race, number 2, Smilin' Billy the Kid. The driver to be announced. TBA on the 2 and the 9th. The 10th race, no changes. No changes, race number 10. And the 11th race, number 6, Mr. JR, driver to be announced, and 8, Jackson Killeen, TBA. That is in the final dash. Drivers to be announced on 6 and 8. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Note that race number 1, Jason Ryan will drive the 2. Eddie Green will drive number 8. And the second race, second half of the early double. Right now, no changes. Will go as programmed. It is currently 16 minutes to our first dash, and time to welcome in our color man for this evening and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert, how are you?
Doing fantastic, Gary. Had a great holiday yesterday. I also had a great holiday as well. Spent mine with the family and caught some great harness racing action in the evening. By the way, I've been upgraded to color commentator. That's awesome. I've always wanted to be one of those. So it's a fantastic Friday night of harness racing here at Grand River Raceway. It looks like the rain's going to hold off. Let's hope so. The track's fast right now. But I do think there are some big opportunities for payoffs tonight on the card. There might be a few vulnerable favorites, and there's a couple I'm looking at that might provide a bit of a price. So we're going to get things kicked off in race number 1. That's going to give us our guaranteed pick 5 of $2,500, and me and Gary are going to go head-to-head once again on that wager. I won last time, but he won the first time, so right now this will be the rubber match. But 11 dashes on the card tonight, and hopefully we'll help you navigate some winners to kick off your weekend on the right foot. We'll be back very shortly to break down that early pick five at about 10 minutes to post.
Fans, there are 3 additional driver changes now. Note in race number 3, number 5, Keep It in Perspective, Travis Henry will drive. Race 3, 5, Keep It in Perspective, Travis Henry. And race number 7, number 6, Why as Delight, Robert Shepard. Robert Shepard drives in the 7th on number 6. And also a driver change in the 11th race, number 8, Jackson Killeen. It'll be Robert Shepard. Robert Shepard on the 8 in race 11.
All right, everyone. Well, let's take a look at that early pick five with a guaranteed pool of $2,500. Last time, made a small profit on it. Time before that, Gary did very well. But let's see what we can do tonight. And I'm going to just keep it down to $7.20 for a 20-cent wager. And I'm going to start off using 3 horses in the first race. And that is number 4, Big Diamond, number 6, Dandy Idea, who is my top choice, and number 9, JMR Mock Mel. I originally thought about keying Dandy Idea, but then I decided, you know what, I would single in a different place, and we'll get to that race in a minute. Second leg, I'm going to go, and these are the rookies, so this is a tough one, obviously. These are just babies, 2-year-olds. I think I know what Gary's going to do in this one, but I'm going to walk the tightrope and try to just go too deep, and that's number 1, Master Production, and number 2, Cricket Hall. They're the 2 most expensive yearlings in the race, and I'm just going to use those 2 on the inside and hope for the best. And then in the third race, too deep again. You know my theory. If you like the 1 or the 9, you got to like the 1 or the 9 as well. And we're going to go 1-9. Treasured Love, the 1, and always watching the 9. A horse is moving over from Mohawk Park, but is off a little bit of time. I do think she is likely the best one in the race, though. And then in the fourth race, I singled First Glance, and that last performance was incredible. But this is a much tougher version of the class. But I honestly thought you either had to single this one or use a bunch of them. So I said, you know what? I'm going to single First Glance and just believe what I saw last time, that this horse is the real deal. And on the last leg, going to use 3 horses in the money leg. I'm going to use the 1, 2, and 6, Delightful Magic, Okie from Muskokie, who is my top selection, and number 6, Editorial. So $7.20 for a 20-cent wager. And now let's see what Gary is doing. And I bet you he's going to use a bunch of them in that second leg.
You would be wrong. Whenever you think you know what I'm going to do, trust me, you don't. That's a piece of advice to always keep in mind. Listen, I should tell you, first of all, in the first race, I think if there's a race in this card that could wind up with something unexpected, I think it's the first race, because I think this race is very tough, very balanced. I originally, like you, had the idea of going alone on Dandy Idea, and then I kept looking at the race and saying, you know what? That's not a Dandy Idea. There are a lot of horses in here, so I actually am 5 deep with the 2, 3, 4, 6, and 9. I'm just getting loaded up in that first race. The second race, I actually went alone with 2, Cricket Hall. So the exact opposite of what you thought I would do. That's my forte. Never be predictable. The third race, I went with the 6 and 9. I have number 6, Century Havana, as a possible winner in that race. That's a different version of that race than the way you're handicapping it, but I also like number 9, Always Watching, so I have 2 in there. The fourth race, I do agree that number 2, First Glance, is the one to beat, but I also, with number 1, Mr. John Down on the inside, I was leery of him racing back to that July 11th race and maybe having a shot to upset 2, First Glance, so I have 2 in there. And then in the fifth race, I'm left with 2 in there for my $8 ticket to Okie from Muskokie, which is your top pick, and also number 6, Editorial. So those are the 2 that I like in the fifth race. So I spent $8. You've spent $7.20. We'll see how it goes in this first race, the start of the pick 5. We're 4 minutes to post time.
All right. Well, Gary throwing a curveball at me there. Thought he was going to use a bunch of them in the rookie race tonight. But both of us with economical tickets, $7.20 and $8. Let's see if one of us, and there's an opportunity for both of us to actually cash those tickets. Let's take a look now, though, at the opener on the card. And we have Filly and Mares, $15,000 claimers for non-winners, a $35,000 life, so conditioned claimers. And in this one, I did go back to number 6, Dandy Idea. And, well, the reason is last time I loved this horse, and I thought that she certainly had an opportunity to win the race, but she still had to come a long way in order to get up into contention. And the winner, I think, just maybe got it a little bit too easy on the front end. So she had a little bit of a difficult time hauling that one in. However, aided by a pretty slow middle half. And I think this time Dandy Idea might be a little bit closer. A respectable runner-up finish last time. I really do believe that she should be one of the better ones, if not the best one in here in the opener. And 5-1 to me is a giant size price on Dandy Idea, but I doubt that will hold up. In for second, number 4, Big Diamond. Like this one's effort last time, had the trailing post, got away in the 2-hole, which doesn't always happen from that spot, and followed JM our Mock Bell, and then, finished third and faded a little bit in the stretch, but this time, nose on the gates, and now that rival that she couldn't get to last time has the trailing post, so that might give her a bit of an edge to get ahead of that one early on. And Big Diamond right now at 3-2. While I do respect this one's chances, I don't like that price at all at 3-2. But I think we'll probably see that float up for post time, even though picked in the top 2 by all 3 of the handicappers here at Grand River Raceway. And in for third, number 9, JM R. Mock Mel. Love the last couple efforts. Very, very, actually 3 efforts in a row, two wins and 3 starts, and last time all the way in the front end, a dominant victory. However, now the trailing post. So inside posts on the gate, her last 2. Now the trailing post, different story. I think that might kind of hinder her chances tonight. So I was actually going to play against this one, thinking she would take more support than the 5-2 she's at right now. She still might take that support by post time. And then in for fourth, we always talk about the rail horse at a price. Well, Heartbeats and Sizzle, I think, is one you want to use at 12-1. This horse drew the 8-hole last time. The trailing post before that actually finished third when she had the trailing post. So this time around with that pole position, I think she can get a piece of it, and she should be, that price of 12-1 or more from the inside. So for me, it's going to be Dandy Idea on top of number 6, Dandy Idea on top of number 4, Big Diamond, number 9, JMR Mock Mel, and number 1, Heartbeat and Sizzle. We'll come back, though, after the post break to talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race number 1 on parade. 1, Heartbeat and Sizzle. Nick Boyd for Bruno Lacroix and Wayne Smith. Number 2, Diamonds Are Twined. Jason Ryan for Gary McDonald and Chad Hill and Kimberly Chanson. And number 3 is Fast and Relentless. Jay Harris for Alan Fair and Elizabeth Fair. Number 4 is Big Diamond. Robert Shepard for Isabel Darvaux. Number 5 is Midnight Surf. Paul McKenzie for Todd Ratchford and ECS Racing. And number 6, Dandy Idea. Austin Sawyer for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh. And number 7, Land of Paradise. Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven and Shirley Griffin. And number 8, Runaway Eras, Eddie Green for Patrick Bissett and Gary Stoddard. And number 9 is JMR Mock Mel, Colin Kelly for Harold Wilson and JMR Racing Incorporated. Field of 9, race number 1. And an interesting dash to kick off this Friday evening. Right there is a look at number 6, Dandy Idea, the top choice for both Rob and I. And also, we both like it 6-4, but Kenny Middleton went 4 on top with the 6 seconds, so at least we're landing on the same top 2. And Dandy Idea, originally I thought it might be a Dandy Idea to loan this one up in the high 5, but then realized this race is pretty wide open. 5-2 on Dandy Idea right now. It's 5 out of 7 in the top 2, Rob. How do you think that this mare looks on the track?
I think she looks great on the track right now, and I was in the same boat, Gary. I thought that she was a single 2, and then I looked at it more and decided to go in a different direction. But I like the way she raced last time. She really had an excuse in the fact that she was a little ways off, a slow pace up front, and did do a pretty good job to get into the race and still finish second. So I think Dandy Idea is the best in here, and I hope that she shows it tonight.
I also liked her start back here June the 18th as well, parking early before making the lead and just getting picked up late, but still it was a pretty solid effort for Dandy Idea June the 18th as well. There's 4 Big Diamond, Kenny's top pick, and both of us have this one selected second. Trailer Post last time and was able to be effective, and one that can get off the gate and went to the front and then sat the pocket June the 18th. So Big Diamond could be in for a gem of an effort here at 2-1, Rob.
Yeah, I think that Big Diamond has a big chance in here, and speed off the gate. We know we've seen that from her before, and I think that we're going to see that tonight. Last time trailing post, and I like the fact that she kind of gets that edge on JMR and Mock this time, in the sense that that one has to work from the trailing post and she doesn't. So I think she'll be the speed in the race, or at least one of the speed horses in the race, and has a big chance. But 5-2 for me, Gary's a little bit too short.
I thought the 55 and 1 mile, the speed on that one, June the 18th, beaten by Salzburg Raven, jumps out as well. There is a look at number 9, JMR Mock Mel. Post position scares me here, but JMR Mock Mel might have been my top pick if this one drew to the inside, the way that this one's been racing. Trailer Post, though, how's the trip work out?
That's the big question, and I'll be honest with you. She likely would have been either my top or second choice if she drew inside as well, with the nose on the gate. Now with the trailing post, I don't know. I think she's a much better horse on the front end. So the only way it can really work out is if she can somehow get away well and then try to make a move at them at the quarter pole or the half. I think that tonight is more of a land underneath night for JMR and Mockmel.
Also, the barn, Harold Wilson's barn, sports some healthy numbers. Colin Kelly's having a fine season with a 320 driving average, which is very strong numbers. There's a look at number 3, Fast and Relentless. This one was outstanding here June the 18th to win on the lead. Fast and Relentless likely to be fast early as well.
Yeah, definitely looking to this one to try to leave out. Last time they made the lead from the pole position. Not as easy from the 3-hole, but I would certainly think they're going to want to go forward off the gate. Huge overlay that night when she was north of 30-1. Right now, 9-2 is probably the right price tonight. I went a different direction, but certainly think this one has a chance.
There's number 2, Diamonds Are Twine. Not one of your top 4 and is my 4th choice in here, but I'm actually leery of Diamonds Are Twine because this one does show the gate speed. Now, you can mention that this one raced a little lesser class, a couple of starts, but also was very competitive here June the 21st in a solid group. And Salzburg Olympia and JM Sports Fan are a couple of really nice ones. Diamonds Are Twine was competitive in there, albeit well back. Diamonds Are Twine and Jason Ryan, Rob.
Yeah, I think I kind of held it against her that she is moving up quite a bit in class. She did win, though, so she should be confident. I think this is a much tougher race for her, but she is inside speed, right? And we've seen that carry, and also, if she can sit a favorable trip, I think she can certainly get a big piece of it.
Right now, Dandy Ideas on the board at 5-2. A lukewarm favorite in what looks like a fairly wide-open race. We'll see how it unfolds as the gate has folded the wings open, and they are moving in. Hearts beat and sizzle on the inside with Diamonds Are Twine and Fast and Relentless. In the center, Big Diamond at Midnight Surf, and to the outside, Dandy Idea, Land of Paradise, and Runaway Heiress. The second tier, JMR Mockmel. Field 4, race number 1, first of 11 dashes on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. Here they come. Field for the first race, gathering speed. Giddy up, it's post time. They're at the start of the round. Big Diamond leaves, and also Heartbeat and Sizzle. Diamonds Are Twine, Fast and Relentless gets out well, and JMR Mockmel is on the inside, 5th in the early going. Then it is Heartbeat and Sizzle, and back further is Midnight Surf, and second from last is Land of Paradise, and trailing is Runaway Heiress. But right now it is Big Diamond who's got the lead. Heartbeat and Sizzle's racing second. Fast and Relentless is third. Diamonds Are Twine is fourth, and then JMR Mockmel. Dandy Idea is 6th right now. now. And then it is Midnight Surf and Land of Paradise and Runaway Heiress. Big Diamond leads as they work their way on around the turn. Heartbeat and Sizzle is rolling second off a 28-1 opening panel. Fast and Relentless is on the inside third. Diamonds Are Twine is fourth, and now moving on the outside comes Dandy Ideas. They race their way off the turn and they come on towards us, but leading the way is Big Diamond in front of Heartbeat and Sizzle. Then Fast and Relentless is going to come first up. Dandy Idea now gets advancing cover and is second over. Diamonds Are Twined along to the inside. Then Midnight Surf, Jam or Mel is shuffled back on the inside. Then Land of Paradise and Runaway Heiress off a 57-4 halftime. It is Big Diamond as they work their way on down the backstretch. Heartbeat and Sizzle. Fast and Relentless is getting a little closer on the outside and is only a length back and now digging up and is about a half length off the lead. Heartbeat and Sizzle on the inside third. Dandy Idea second over fourth and is about 2 3/4 lengths from the front. And then it is back to Diamonds Are Twined at Midnight Surf. Jamar Mel is seventh but outside. And then it is Land of Paradise and Runaway Heiress 3/4, 126-1. Big Diamond. Fast and Relentless is right there on the hunt. Dandy Ideas now within striking distance, out 3 wide. On down the stretch drive they come. It is Big Diamond and Fast and Relentless and Dandy Idea. Big Diamond is able to dig in and win it. Fast and Relentless was second. Then it was Dandy Idea. And Jamar Mel closed well to finish fourth in 156-4. Big Diamond, Rob, with a gem of an effort.
Yeah, coast to coast there, and solid effort. 56-4. I thought that Dandy Idea was actually, getting the perfect trip and was going to be able to get to these ones in the lane, but didn't work out that way. We were right about the pace scenario. We thought Big Diamond, now getting her nose on the gate, would go to the front, and she did with Robert Shepard, and nice steer there to find the wire first. Nice effort too from Fast and Relentless, first over, lasted a long way. And JMR Mel, we knew that the post position was going to kind of wreak havoc with her chances, but wow, you can come back to this one next time because she was flying late for fourth.
She kind of got shuffled back early. I think she was back to about seventh as they came to the half. So you really do have to like the way she managed to at least stick handle up and get into the top four.
Yeah, exactly. She got shuffled back a long way, and I'll be honest, I thought that it might be one of those lines that ends up really hidden for next time. But that closing effort, I think, will show up in the program where she will get support, especially if she draws on the inside of the gate.
Well, Big Diamond gets the job done. That was Ken's top pick, 4-3-6-9, the top four. Big Diamond did eventually go off at 2-1 on the board and wound up with a slight favorite status over the 6 and 9, both at 5-2. Big Diamond is going to be coming back in front of us, a 4-year-old Big Jim Bay mare, owned and trained by Isabel Darvaux of Flamborough. Robert Shepard, the winning driver, second win this year, and the 7th win lifetime for Big Diamond, 156-4. Mutual prices, race number 1. Number 4, Big Diamond, $674 to $83. Fast and Relentless, $850 and $436. Dandy Idea, $350. The $2 exactor, $53. The dollar trap, $83. $30 superfecta, $169.70. The first race over finish from the top is a 692 173 584. That's 692 173 584.
All right, folks. Well, it's time to take a look at race number 2, and not an always easy one to handicap when we've got rookie trotters going postward. These are all 2-year-olds making the first starts of their career, and it's the boys versus the girls. There's 3 Colts or Geldings versus 3 fillies in here, so should be an interesting affair. And I am going to land on number 2, Cricket Hall. This filly was a $65,000 yearling purchase and sent postward tonight by Bob McIntosh. No stranger to getting these young ones ready. And I like the way this one qualified. Didn't do too much in there. Came home in 29-4, but it was a decent group. And I think that, at 2:05 and 2 miles, one you can overlook for the time, as the track was off on that morning. So I'm going to go with Cricket Hall. Right now, it's setting the board 11-1, which I think is, way too high, but that'll come down, I'm sure, by post time. In for second, I've got number 1, Master Production. And this is a full brother to Mass Production, a winner of over $300,000, sent out by Keelan Green, driven by Eddie Green, a $45,000 yearling. This one here went to the lead in both of his qualifiers at Mohawk Park. Did fade late, coming home in 31 and 31-2, but certainly that early speed in the pole position. If he can get to the front in here, you never know what's going to happen in a race full of rookies. Might not be the worst spot to be. In for third, I've got number 3, Show Some Skin, $35,000 yearling. And this filly sent out by John Bax, and another trainer that's certainly no stranger to having the young ones ready. I didn't mind this one's qualifiers. Finished kind of evenly in last time, coming home in 30 seconds against a decent group. Right now, taking all the money at even money and looking at our selections, only used underneath for third by myself and Ken, and fourth for Gary. But this horse is certainly taking a lot of early money at the window, so that might be something to consider. And then in for fourth, I've got number 5, Seacan, currently 7-2, taking more support than I expected. He made a break in his last qualifier when Bob McClure was aboard on June the 25th. I don't mind that the fact that this horse is a full brother to Cruising in Style, who's a winner of over $300,000 and has a mark of 153-2. So there's a little bit of pedigree on that one there. Number 5, Seacan. Other ones in the race, number 4, Century Isaiah, trained by Ron Waples, $1,000 yearling purchase. And number 6, Plans Change, sent out by Jane Walker, and was a homebred filly by Wheelin' and Dealin'. Really, though, guys, this is one where you want to take a look at them on the track beforehand. We'll do that with Gary Guy very shortly because, you never know what's going to happen with rookie trotters. Can be an unpredictable race sometimes, might be able to produce some good payoffs even in this short field of 6. We'll be back shortly to talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field for the second on parade. One master production. Eddie Green for Keelan Green and Celeste Hill. Number 2 is Cricket Hall. It's Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and Alan Leavitt and Martin Stables. Number 3 is Show Some Skin. Matthew Bax for John Bax and Bax Stable and David Hudson and Bradley Grant and Brillo Farms. And number 4 is Century Isaiah. Jason Rod for Ron Waples Jr. and Dr. Sheila Atmore. Number 5, Seacan Mark Etzel for Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. And number 6, Plans Change. It's Tom Smith for Jane Walker and Tom shares in ownership. Field of 6, race number 2. We get the young 2-year-old trotters here in the second race, Rob. One thing that I found interesting to note is even though the two have, throughout this cycle, hasn't been taking a lot of money, at least relative to what you might have thought, is the favorite in the double.
Yeah, that's usually a good sign for us, seeing as we did pick this one, Gary. And I'm kind of shocked that the horse hasn't come down lower yet. We're still got some time, but I thought this horse would be the favorite in the race, and maybe the double's an indication that money will come in late. She looks okay on the track right now, staying on her gate. And like I said, I didn't mind that qualifier. I mean, it looks a little bit slow on paper, but the track was off that day, and it was against a pretty decent group.
How aggressive is Bob McIntosh with his first-time starters? You've had a history of watching him with first-time starters.
Well, his young ones usually come ready to roll, that's for sure. And I've seen him send out many that win first time, or at least are handled aggressively, or put in position to win in their first start of their lives. So that's another reason why I did go to this horse. I have no concern with Bob McIntosh with a first-time starter.
Currently sitting at 5-1 is Cricket Hall, certainly holding the value. Next up, we'll look at number 1, Master Production. You mentioned $45,000 yearling, second choice in the double, and in second place in terms of the breeding prices. If you're looking at that as an indication, of course, the gate speed and the inside post position are a nice indication as well, Rob.
Yeah, that's the one thing I did like with this one too. Obviously, I like the yearling price, and there's some pedigree there, but I like the fact that this one showed speed at Mohawk Park and against some decent trotters. And while she did fade, it's a half-mile surface here, and it might actually aid her in going a little bit further on the front end. She looked pretty solid in those qualifiers, so I'm hoping she doesn't put any steps in today. From the pole position, I expect her to be handled pretty aggressively, though.
There's a look at number 3, Show Some Skin, who's getting a lot more skin in the game in terms of the tote board at 8-5 right now as the favorite. Good final quarter in that last qualifier of 30 seconds, but still, Show Some Skin, I think, is overbet to what we might have thought that she would be, isn't she?
Yeah, she looks good on the track, but I would definitely say that she's overbet to for my liking, anyways. 3-2 now. It's been around even money or less throughout the betting. Might see this price rise up a little bit. Might be an indication of things to come on the racetrack. But for me, 8-5 even is too short of a price on this one.
Number 5, Seacan. Mark Etzel trains this one, is going to drive now. Bob McClure did qualify this one, but made a break in the qualifier, so Mark is going to drive himself. And he did drive June the 19th, and this one qualified in 2:01.1 with a some really solid back half. Seacan is one that we see 5-1 on the board right now. Definitely is one that's got enough to be a threat to win in here.
Yeah, I think so too. I was there on the morning of those qualifiers last time when Bob McClure was aboard, and I was watching this one intently, and of course made a break, earlier on in the contest, but still, finished up at 29-2, and I like the way this one looks when he is on his gate, and he is a full brother to Cruisin' in Style, who had a lot of success, at 2 and 3. So I certainly think this is one you have to keep your eye on. And if not for tonight, then next time.
And I think if you're looking for a sleeper in this race, number 4, Century Isaiah, 35 seconds in the opening quarter, so they're just moseying along. The second quarter didn't pick it up all that much either, but if you look at the back half and that 29-3 final quarter, and it was here at Grand River, only the 4 and 6 are ones that have had qualifiers here. Now, sure, the 208 mile it's not that great. But when you look at the back half, there's a little more there to look at.
Yeah, and growing up, Gary, a lot of handicappers would always tell me what they look for in younger horses is those consecutive faster quarters, right? And this horse certainly ticks the boxes with that one there. Every quarter much faster than the last before coming home in 29 and 3. So definitely, I think that this is a race that's kind of, wide open. I certainly lean towards the 2 and the 1, Cricket Hall and Master Production, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of the other ones jumped up to win the race.
Well, the odds have certainly leveled out now. There's no real long shot on the board. The 6 plans change is the longest shot, but that's only 7-1. Right now, 3 Show Some Skin is the favorite, a slight favorite at 9-5 over 2 Cricket Hall. A field of 6 2-year-olds on the trot, moving in behind the gate and taking up positions. Master Production on the inside with Cricket Hall. In the center, Show Some Skin and Century Isaiah. And to the outside, Secan and Plans Change. Field of second race, 2-year-old trotters moving in and nearing the top of the stretch. Field of 6 for the second race is at the start of the rough. Show Some Skin, Show Some Early Try. Master Production along to the inside. Secan. Cricket Hall is racing fourth. And then, as they work into the backstretch, Century Isaiah and Plans Change is trailing to field. Show Some Skin wants to come on and grab the lead now and was able to grab it and leads it by about a length and 3/4. Master Production is second. Secan is racing third. Cricket Hall is racing fourth, and then in front of the trailing pair, Century Isaiah, and back to Plans Change. But Show Some Skin has the lead right now from Matthew Bax. Master Production is right there producing along in the pocket. 31 seconds the opening quarter. Then it is Secan, and Cricket Hall is currently trotting fourth. Century Isaiah and Plans Change as they work their way off the turn and head on towards us. Show Some Skin at 2-1. Leads as they race their way on up towards the half, and racing in the pocket still is Master Production. Secan is third. Cricket Hall is still on the inside, and then it is back to Century Isaiah and Plans Change. Positions unchanged, and 102 and 4 is the halftime. Even fractions so far, and they work their way on into the backstretch. Show Some Skin. Master Production is still there in the pocket. Racing on the inside, Secan, and now moving on the outside goes Cricket Hall. And popping out of the pocket, Master Production is quickly going to surge up now. Master Production has taken the lead, and Cricket Hall is on the outside and is racing second. Show Some Skin at third, and then Century Isaiah and Secan 3/4, 134 and 3. Master Production, Cricket Hall is trying to close but still has work to do. Is about 2 lengths back as they turn for home. Century Isaiah, Show Some Skin, and Secan, they turn for home. Master Production, Cricket Hall, as they come on down the stretch, driving way out wide. Secan is closing as they come on down the lane. Cricket Hall, and on the outside, Secan. Cricket Hall wins it, but close was Century Isaiah and Secan, and then it was Master Production. A mile of 2:05 and 1. Rob Cricket Hall back early, but came on where it mattered.
Yeah, she certainly handled herself pretty professionally there. I don't think that Austin was ever too concerned. A little bit of tip-tapping at the end there. 5-2 on the board, though, Gary. I'm shocked about that. I really am. I thought this horse would have been south of 2-1 at best. We both had this horse pegged on top and some serious value with this one.
Yes, the favorite in the double, yet ends up getting the job done. And actually, the tote board was right in the sense of being a reasonably close race, because those 4 are pretty darn close at the finish. It does end up 2-4-5-1. One looked pretty good on the track getting the pocket trip, but did not quite have the finish. And Show Some Skin did a lot of work early, but could be one to look at for the next time out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the toe board certainly talked about the intentions of show some skin, which is to go to the front and try to do it, the hard way on the engine. I was really impressed with Seacan as well. Seacan kind of got shuffled back, and it's not always easy for a young trotter to then re-rally. And Mark Etzel sent this one wide around the final turn, and was right there at the finish with Cricket Hall and Century Isaiah. So that's one we had mentioned beforehand to watch tonight and also watch for next time. I think definitely Seacan is one to watch for next time.
I also like the look of Cricket Hall, that head down, and just looks so relaxed with that little lower head, but maybe it's just a personal preference of mine.
Yeah, a lot of Bob McIntosh horses, they look like that, especially when they come out making their debuts, head down and all business. And she was certainly all business when she was shown Racetrack by Austin Sorey. And like I said, I think that I think it ended up being a modest looking victory, but I think it could have been a lot wider margin if Austin had have wanted to.
The top four, 2, 4, 5, 1, still alive in the double. You thought I'd use them all. I used just one, but I used the right one. Once in a while, I do. This blind squirrel finds a few acorns. Number 2, Cricket Hall is coming back in front of us. A 2-year-old Cash Hall, Bay filly, owned by Bob McIntosh and Alan Leavitt and Martin Stables. Bob McIntosh is the trainer. Austin Sorey, the winner in the debut mile for Cricket Hall in 205-1. The second race of payouts, number 2, Cricket Hall, 720, 360, 260. 4 Century Isaiah, 430 and 360 and 5. Seacan, 340. Double, 1430. $2 exactor, 32.20. Dollar try, 56.30. The dollar super, 146.15. The second race over a finish from the top, so 415236. That's 415236.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 3, and this will be the first leg of the early pick 4. So make sure you map out your winning tickets for that wager. And this is for affiliate mares, $15,000 claimers for non-winners of 15,000 life. And I'm going to go to the trailing post, something I don't do very often, but that's number 9, Always Watching. Trained by Ben Wallace, driven by our leading driver here, Brett McDonald. And this horse, well, off of vet scratch sick, which certainly isn't something to be too enthused about, but on June 11th, raced against a pretty solid group of fillies over at Mohawk Park in a straight non-winners of 2 class. And the race was won by Rebellious. The third place finisher of that race was Jackie of All Trades. That horse is actually going to be in the final of the Kin Pace on Sunday at Clinton. And this one did get up into it early and then did fade kind of throughout after going 27-3 to the opening quarter. I do think that being tagged in here for the first time, having a claiming price on her for the first time against a much softer group is going to be all she needs. Trip scenario, well, if you like the 9, you got to like the 1. I do think that she's following a horse is going to get her off the gate pretty well in number 1. My second selection, Treasured Love. Now, scary, this horse broke last time at the start, but doesn't show any other breaks on the page. Actually made a break in this class at even money. This horse got hammered down to even money last time, and I think that there might be an opportunity come post time to take back some value on this one if you backed her in her latest. 6-5 on the board right now. That is not holding true. And right now, if you like anything but my top 2 selections, the 9 and the 1, wow, you're getting 14-1 or higher on everybody else. So Treasured Love, though, I do think will be leaving out hard from that pole position and give our top selection a nice trip, or at least start anyways, from the second tier. In for third, I like number 4, Moonlit Beach. Her last effort at Clinton on June 13th wasn't, the greatest, especially doesn't look the greatest on paper. But if you go back to her lines before the shutdown, she was racing competitively in these condition claiming ranks, and that one was a straight non-winners at 12,500 race at Clinton. Coming off of vet scratch lame, might be an opportunity though to sneak in some value underneath right now. 13-1 on number 4, Moonlight Beach, and then for fourth, number 6, Century Havana. Going to the condition claimer ranks after racing a non-winners at 5,000 life, probably close to a lateral move, or maybe even moving up a little bit. Getting tagged, for the first time is always, something you want to look at and get behind horses. But a lot of earnings jump there from the 5,000 life to the 15,000 life tonight. So I do think Century Havana has a chance to land underneath. I see Gary put this one on top. I think she's more of a player on the bottom end of the trifecta or the super. So for me, it's going to be number 9, Always Watching. Hopefully she can get away well from that second tier. Even money's a pretty short price, though. And then for second, number 1, Treasured Love. I guess I'm just a big chalk player in this race. 3-2 on that one. And then number 4, Moonlight Beach. And number 6, Century Havana. But we'll come back again after the post break to look at it closer with Gary Guy.
Field for the third on parade. One Treasured Love. Colin Kelly for Harold Wilson and Wendy Marshall. Number 2, She Plays for Keeps Andre Coy for Michelle Woodmath. Number 3 is Bride Down Lilibet. Nick Boyd for Kendall Ron and Bryden Farms. Number 4, Moonlight Beach. It's Austin Surrey for Jim Kerr and Jim Morrissey and Lorna Davis. And 5 is Keep It in Perspective. Travis Henry for Paul Meegans and Stacy Newman and J.J. Stables. Number 6, Century Havana. Jay Harris for Jim Ritchie and Paul Ritchie. And number 7 is Little Mary. Tyler Borth for Mike Salas and Link Stable. Number 8 is Mystical Moon. Paul McCain for Wayne Dunn and Steve Upson. And number 9 is Always Watching. Brett McDonald for Ben Wallace and Wallace Standbreds and Knobloch Racing will stay right there with number 9, Always Watching, as one will watch first in this countdown to the third dash, and it is Rob's top selection, Always Watching. Trailer post, but Ben Wallace's numbers aren't strong this year, but he was no stranger to being a big-time trainer. Had a run of about 17 years with purse earnings more than $1 million. Always Watching on the board. Brett McDonald, we've loved him this year as well, Rob.
Yeah, she's just kind of getting up to speed now and looks better on the track as she goes a little bit faster. I just thought that it's a big condition drop here for this one, right? Non-winners at 2 at Mohawk Park to now a condition claimer. You know, trailer post I'm not crazy about coming off of Vet Scratch Sick, but is following a horse that should be leaving off the gate, and I do think that she is the class of the race. 2-1 on the board is more like the price.
Well, both you and Kenny have 9, Always Watching as your top pick. Down on the inside, 1 Treasured Love took a lot of money early, is right now at 5-2, is a co-second choice at 5-2, and Treasured Love, the one thing that I was a little concerned with was that break last time out, and Colin Kelly drove, and so he'll be familiar with this filly. Colin certainly having a good year. Harold Wilson's barn has been good. But Treasured Love, I was a little concerned with the break early. You do expect this one to leave, and I do too a bit because of liking the 9, Always Watching. What do you expect?
I certainly think this horse is going to try to leave off the gate. And, last time this horse got hammered down to even money in here. So, like I said, anyone that backed that horse and that effort, this is an opportunity now to take back some value. 3-1 is the price I thought this horse would be, with the 9 taking most of the support. And again, I think that you don't want to read too much into that break, but yeah, it's something that should be, in your mind when you're getting behind that one.
Certainly wired a field at Yonkers back early in May and was able to bolt out quickly in front by 5 at the quarter. There's number 4, Moonlight Beach in Austin Sorry, sent out by Jim Kerr. Jim often has big numbers. He's got a small barn this year, but 402 average. Moonlight Beach, scratch vet lame last start, but you went a little further back and looked at the nice form there.
Yeah, and I think even on June 13th, you can kind of throw that line out, 6-hole at Clinton, and also in a straight now, where's a 12,500 life. I don't like 5-2 now, Gary. I think that this horse would, should be a little bit higher than that off of recent form in that Vet Scratch Lane. But I do think you need to respect this one because of the fact that last time racing against similar company, she was racing rock solid, and you can see right there, second, first, second, and that's against horses similar to what she faces tonight.
I should tell you, number 6, Century Havana, my top pick, what I'm doing. You noticed on Monday I picked one horse that was a bit of a price, Bruce Gilkinson's horse, and got that one home as a price horse. Wednesday night it was Catch Canna in the 6th race at a price. Once a night I'm going to try to find a horse at a bit of a price on the board that I at least expect a price and try to get it on top to win. And that's 6 Century Havana. Jim Ritchie often puts up good numbers. This will be the 3rd start this year for Century Havana. And, got the pocket trip from post 6 last time. Yes, the post position is not great, but I think this filly can get off the gate well enough to be a solid factor. Century Havana, Rob, 6-1. Your fourth choice, my top one.
Wow, so what you're saying is my pick 5 ticket might be in trouble because you've been hot with your price plays, Gary. So I might be in for a rude awakening here. Listen, I think this horse definitely has a chance. I don't think you can rule this one out at all. I just get concerned seeing, coming from that non-winners of 5,000 life class. That's a big step up, even though this is a condition claimer. A lot of these horses have been racing in, straight non-winners of 2, and now moving into this condition claiming ranks. I just think it might be a little more than she can take at this stage of the game. But that's why I put her underneath. But you've been hot with your price plays.
Well, it might be a reality check here, but nonetheless, I have liked Jim Ritchie's barn in the past, and Century Havana does offer me 6-1. Field is moving in and taking up positions. Treasured Love. She plays for keeps in Bright Down Lilibet on the inside. In the center, Moonlight Beach and Keep It in Perspective. And to the outside, Century Havana, Little Mary, and Mystical Moon. And the second tier, Always Watching. Field of 9, race number 3. Field for the third. Into the stretch drive, gathering speed. And the field for the third is at the start in the rough, and Moonlight Beach, Bright Down Lilibet, Treasured Love, and also She Plays for Keeps, and Century Havana is out wide around the turn. Always Watching down to the inside is going to get away 6th, and then Keep It in Perspective, and then it is back to Little Mary and Mystical Moon. Treasured Love made the early lead as they race on to the opening quarter. Moonlight Beach is still driving on the outside, and She Plays for Keeps is racing third. Moonlight Beach now is going to come on and clear to the front. Treasured Love is racing in the pocket, but not for long. Is going to come back around. 27-2 the opening quarter. Treasured Love, Moonlight Beach, and now She Plays for Keeps is racing third. Here comes Always Watching on the outside, and with authority on the outside. Then Bright Down Lilibet and Century Havana has popped out now. They race the way off the turn. Treasured Love, and Moonlight Beach, and Always Watching is moving up strongly now, is only about a half length off the lead, and Century Havana is moving up second over. She Plays for Keeps is down to the inside, then it is Bright Down Lilibet and Little Mary. Half was 57 seconds flat. Then further back we go. Keep It in Perspective, and way back trailing the field is Mystical Moon. It is Always Watching who's come on to get the lead. Always Watching, Treasured Love, and Moonlight Beach, and racing forth as She Plays for Keeps. Century Havana has stalled and flattened out. Scooting up the inside is Bright Down Lilibet and then Little Mary. But Always Watching is the one we're watching stride away from the field right now, and is in front by about 7 or 8 lengths. Treasure Love is racing second. Little Mary is kicked in 3 wide. 3/4, 125 and 4. Moonlight Beach is fourth, and then it is She Plays for Keeps and Bright Down Lilibet and Keep It in Perspective. But Always Watching is home and cooled out. And the paddle is on for the lesser shares off that 3/4, 125 and 4. Always Watching at 155 and 1. Little Mary was second. Then finishing third was Keep It in Perspective, and fourth is close between She Plays for Keeps and Bright Down Lilibet. But Always Watching, the rest of the field was watching her behind from the top of the stretch home from a back behind. Rob.
Yeah, when she came out, you called it right, Gary. She came forward with authority, and wow, she just she said goodnight to the rest of the field. She was gone, and what a margin that was. I can't believe my eyes right now, Gary. The price on this horse at 5-2. I said it last race as well. 5-2 just seems like a giant-sized price on this one. She was racing, and granted, she's coming off a vet scratch sick, but she came out of an open non-winners of 2 at Mohawk Park. And she was competitive with the group, and that was a real strong group as well. And now this is, condition claimers. That's a monumental drop in class. And clearly, maybe even that last effort at Mohawk Park, maybe that sickness was bothering her, because, wow, did she ever look like a different horse today and winning by that wide margin.
Yep, Brett McDonald sitting back early, but when he moved, he wasn't interested in just moseying up on the outside.
No, it was see you later to the rest of the field. It was interesting. I mean, we were right about Treasured Love going to the lead. A lot of early moves, though, certainly helped this one in the backfield later on. I don't think it mattered with Always Watching, though. She was tons the best, but some interesting action behind this one with Little Mary getting up for second at 35 to 1 and prices all around, which is going to provide some really nice payouts here.
Yes, we have Little Mary 35 to 1. 5, keep it in perspective, 17 to 1. And 2, she plays for keeps 14 to 1. You got the 9 always watching on the top. We're going to have a nice superfecta, even though your top pick won it. It's the third race winner coming back in front of us. 9 always watching. A 3-year-old, he's watching. Bay Filion by Wallace Standbreds and Knobloch Racing. Ben Wallace is the trainer, and Brett McDonald. Smiling Brett wins race number 3 with Always Watching. First win this year and the second lifetime. 155 and 1. The third race payouts. 9 always watching. A correction, the prices aren't up.
Relax.
I'm so excited that we have fans here, I can hardly hold myself back.
Yes.
And the third race payouts, 9, always watching, 710, 450, 330, 7, Little Mary, 30, 10, and 780. 5, keep it in perspective, 890, $2 exactor, 214.90. Dollar super, 1,071.20. Note we had a 20-cent try, paying $540.92 on a 20-cent ticket. Also, we should note that the super pays on 975 all. That is 975 all. The third race, sort of finish from the top, is an 845-637-291. That's 845-637-291. Fans, a driver change in race number 11. Number 6, Mr. JR, Colin Kelly. Race 11, 6, Mr. JR, Colin Kelly.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 4. We've got Horses and Geldings non-winners of 18,000 lifetime, and no surprise that my top selection, number 2, First Glance, is currently 1-5 on the board. It felt like he won by a football field last time. It was just over 7 lengths, but wow, what a performance by this horse of a different color. Last time in this class on June 25th. He had the 9-hole, so the trailing post, got away 4th, and Mariel Bayarjan moved him very early from that position to the lead, getting there before the half, and then just opened up with every stride, coming home and 28-3, back half 57-4 in the off-going. It was not a nice night on that occasion. Track was 1 second off. He paced in 155-4. But it was a much better effort than that. And that in its own right is a very fast mile here at Grand River Raceway. So it's hard for me to go against number 2, First Glance, but he's not going to give you any value on the board, that's for sure. Currently at 1-5. And for second, I like number 6, Southwind Sandor. This is one that I chased at Mohawk Park last season on multiple occasions. Had 2 second-place finishes there and against pretty solid groups. And now this season, off to a decent start. 3 second-place finishes in 6 starts, and now most recently second by a neck at Georgian Downs in 1:54-1. I certainly think that this sports writer Gelding has a chance to land underneath in here, and 25-1 just seems a little bit crazy to me at this point. I think this horse should take a lot more support than that, and has earned that with the efforts that he has produced recently and even in the past. And for third, I like Mr. John, the 1. And the logic here is simply post relief. This horse was a very, very nice winner on opening night here, June 11th at Grand River Raceway. Went to the lead patiently off the gate, got away 5th, then went to the lead before the half, and was a pretty strong winner at the wire, 56-3. Since then, post 5 made a break, and then post 7 no chance. Now back with rail control. I think we're going to see this one's intentions very clear off the gate to get away well. So I think this one definitely merits respect, and more respect than that 12-1 on the board right now. And then for fourth, well, Harper's hat trick's going to have a difficult go of it from the 8-hole tonight. I certainly think that with an inside post, you'd have to consider this Colt in this group. But with that outside gate, I think that 12-1 is probably the right price on this one, even though he did win by a wide margin the last time he was in the class. So for me, I'm going to stick with First Glance, the 2 on top, 1-5 in all. And then for second, number 6, Southwind Sandor. Third, number 1, Mr. John. And for fourth, number 8, Harper's Hat Trick. But we'll be back shortly to take a look at this race a little closer with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race number 4. On parade 1, Mr. John, Brett McDonald, Ron McDonald, Dr. Trevin Shive, and John Urquhart, and John Philippot. 2 is First Glance, Mario Baeta Shaw for the stable. Number 3 is Dance Machine, Austin Sorry for Courtney Robson and Julie Sagan. And number 4, 2 for Tripping, Paul McKenzie for Ivan Gallant. 5 is Dubai Sealser, Cullen Kelly for Bill Butt and Dean Morris Stable. And Peter Muscolzi and John Frieda. Number 6, Southwind Sandor Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. Number 7, The Devil You Know, Robert Shepard for Isabel Darvaux and Duncan and Shirley Bust. And number 8, Harper's Hat Trick, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Judith Shelton. It's a field of 8 for race number 4. Let's get a look at this field, and right away we want to take a look at number 2, First Glance. And Rob, at first glance, second glance, third glance, and every glance, I thought this one was clearly the one to beat in the last race. But it's not just the last race. That was a fine effort from Post 8, June the 18th, finishing second from way off the pace from Post 8.
Yeah, really, he's done nothing wrong in any of his starts this year, really. The win at Kawartha Downs was a good one, and like you mentioned, Gary, the 8-hole effort here at Grand River to finish second. From way out of it to Harper's Hat Trick, the 8-horse in here, and then last time, wow, just handled aggressively by Mario and just won by as much as he wanted, and it felt like it was even more than 7 lengths that night, but it was 7 lengths going away, that's for sure.
Number 6, Southwind Sandor is one we'll show next, and this one is coming off of a good mile at Georgian. I didn't use this one in my top 4, and I think I'm wrong because Southwind Sandor actually in that line at Georgian Downs, Mike drove this horse like he thought that he was really fine, moved him on the outside, and was on the outside for a chunk, and yet was digging 56-second back half, only beaten a neck. Southwind Sandor, Rob.
Yeah, I've always liked this horse too, and I think that that effort stacks up really well against this group. 54 and 1 his own mile, and now this is third start back since the shutdown. I think that this horse merits a lot more respect than he's getting right now on the board at 10-1. So I certainly think he's a solid play underneath.
Number 1, Mr. John, is on the board at 5-1 right now. Post position 7 last race, and also first to start after making a break the start before. You might want to just look past that line, although did come a solid final quarter of 28 and 4, was working at the end, but too far back. But Mr. John is one that looked really good here June the 11th and was able to get the job done and brushed out and from post 6 and went to the lead. Now has post 1. If he's up to what we saw of him in the past, and note that this is I have 2 horses here in the pick 5. I have the 2 and the 1. You have singled up with First Glance. It's the one that I tabbed as a maybe to upset, although that's asking a lot.
Yeah, when I originally made my selections for this race, Gary, I actually had the race pegged as 2-1 as well. Same logic. Listen, post relief on this one is huge. We've seen this one get really difficult trips from the outside. Last time, no chance. The time before that, tried to leave out, then made a break in stride. The win on opening night was a really quality effort. I just ended up, switching to actually going with a 6 for second after I watched that one's replays at Georgian Downs. But Mr. John, I think, is going to try to go, as far as fast he can tonight with that pole position, and has a big chance to land underneath a 6-1.
There's number 8, Harper's Hat Trick, and the 10-1 on the board is only a reflection of the odds because Harper's Hat Trick did beat First Glance, now albeit went to the front from post 4, and First Glance had post 8 and did all that work from off the pace to finish second. But also take a look at Harper's Hat Trick, is one that finished second to Random Aragio June the 12th at Hanover, and since then Random Aragio's had a second here and won last time out, so that's a good measuring stick as well as how he measured against First Glance. The post position, though, 8-1.
For sure. My putting him in for fourth is solely based on post position. I know that last time he actually drew this post as well and scratched out of it. And I think that, if this horse draws, post 4 or inside, this horse would have been slotted in for second in my selections. But post 8's just the ultimate test here at Grand River Raceway. And I think that, tonight a smaller share is more likely for Harper's Hat Trick.
One that might be offering the most value was on the board for a moment. 19-1 on number 4-2 for Tripping, off of right now 3 consecutive runner-up finishes, and was second here in 55-4 to Twin Bee Powerball. 18-1 seems enticing.
Yeah, there's definitely some form references for 2 for Tripping, and 19-1 on the board. Certainly one that you can take a crack at underneath. I actually thought this race for me was either singling First Glance or using a bunch of them because there are some quality horses in here. This is a tough installment of this race, so it should be interesting to see how it pans out.
Well, we are going to find out how it pans out very shortly now as the field taking up positions. Mr. John, First Glance, Dance Machine on the inside. Of the center, 2 for Tripping and Dubai Seals. To the outside, Southwind Sandor, the devil you know, and Harper's Hat Trick. It's a field of 8 for the fourth race. Field is reaching for the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the fourth race. Gathering speed in the stretch drive. Here they come. And they're off. 2 for Tripping leaves with Dubai Sealster. And from the outside, Harper's Hat Trick on the inside, Mr. John, First Glance, and Dance Machine. But right now it is 2 for Tripping and Paul McKenzie who grabbed the lead. But now Dubai Sealster is going to come on. Dubai Sealster was able to take the lead. And now here comes Harper's Hat Trick on the move from post position A. Now is going to take back, though, and find a seat on the inside third and behind 2 for Tripping, who was second. Mr. John is fourth in the early going, right in front of First Glance, who was fifth. And then it is Dance Machine, Southwind Sandor, and the devil you know. And the field works their way past the opening quarter in 27-3. And right now it is Dubai Sealster at 17-1, who's got the lead, and 2 for Tripping at 35-1 is racing second. Harper's Hat Trick is 17-1 and has got third in the early going as they race their way on towards us and will elect to stay to the inside. Here comes Mr. John and giving cover to First Glance off at 27-3. Quarter they get to the half in 56-4. First Glance is moving up second over fifth. On the back of Mr. John, who is advancing, Dance Machine, and then it is Southwind Sandor and the devil you know. On down the backstretch, Dubai Sealster still has the lead. Dubai Sealster leads at a length and 3/4. It is 2 for Tripping and racing third, Mr. John. And now First Glance is going to roll off the cover of Mr. John and get out to 3 wide, but still has work to do, but it is closing hard now. 3/4, 125-3, and it is Dubai Sealster. First Glance is getting closer with every stride, and then it is a 2 for Tripping. Southwind Sandor is flying late and is sent out 3 wide and is looming. Off 3/4, 125-3, Southwind Sandor. First Glance, and Southwind Sandor. Southwind Sandor sweeps right on by to win it. First Glance was second, 2 for Tripping third, and Dubai Sealster fourth, 154-4. Southwind Sandor was back early, but was in front where it mattered, Rob.
Well, Gary, I said I thought 12 to 1 was too big of a price on this horse. 14 to 1 is definitely too big of a price on this one. I thought this horse raced fantastic last time. I couldn't put him ahead of First Glance off his latest effort, but wow, what a tremendous closing effort by this one today. He's always been a nice horse, and I'm shocked that he went off at such a big price tonight.
Well, you were chasing him, you said last year, but this year they were chasing him at the finish. There he is in front by about a length and a half. Now, First Glance raced well, actually, and had to work three wide heading on towards three quarters to finish a second. But still, you said it might have been a race to take a bunch or single on First Glance, and yeah, a few would have helped. It was Southwind Sandor and Mike Vanderkamp was really, really flying though down the stretch drive.
Yeah, you could see on that last turn, that First Glance, even if he got to the front, which it looked like he was going to do, he wasn't going to be able to hold this one off. Source had all momentum and really nice closing effort there. It came from a long way out of it too, and was a winner going away. There was no doubt in the final turn this one was getting there. And again, I'm just really I know that the prices are inflated because First Glance goes off at 1 to 5, but this horse I thought merited more respect than the 14 to 1 on the board.
Two for Tripping raced really well and stuck around for third. Was right up in the action, 35 to 1.
Yeah, there was a lot of action early in that race, a lot more than I expected. I thought Mr. John actually might try to leave out, but there was a lot of speed on the outside. He then tried to come first over, and that didn't work out. But yeah, the two speed horses, two for Tripping and Dubai Sealster, certainly did well to stick around for third and fourth.
It's a 6-2-4-5, and we get 14 to 1 on top with number 6 Southwind Sandor. And some pick five tickets definitely went down. Coming back in front of us is number 6 Southwind Sandor, a 3-year-old sports rider, brown gelding, owned by Diana Secord Fergus. Mike Vanderkamp's the trainer, and the winning driver. First win this year, third lifetime for Southwind Sandor. 150, 4-4. The fourth race payouts. Number 6 Southwind Sandor, 31.65.40, and 422 First Glance, 220, 210, and 4-2 for Tripping, 450, $2 exactor, 59.30. Dollar try, 222.65. Dollar super, 828.65. Fourth race order of finish from the tops is 72634 That's 72634 Fans, a couple of driver changes. Note in race number 6, race number 8, number 6 sees control. The driver will be Travis Henry. And then the ninth race, number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid, Robert Shepard. Race 9-2, Smiling Billy the Kid, Robert Shepard.
All right, time to take a look at race number 5. It's the final leg of that early pick 5. Good luck if you're still alive. There's only 4 horses that are paying. All others would actually give us a carryover. So the 1, 2, 6, and 9 would give us some winning tickets in that sequence. If not, it would be a carryover. Scratch down to a field of 7 with number 3. That's a beach, and number 4, the Yin Yang, being taken out of the race. But I'm going to go with number 2, Oki from Muskokie. This horse raced fantastic last time in victory and was actually in a bit of a tougher class. He was a known as a 15,000 lifetime. Now he's a known as a 5,000 lifetime, as he still fits it. He went first over a long way. And Robert Shepard never really looked concerned on this one. Just kind of marched up and drew to the lead in the stretch to win by half a length. But I think the margin could have been more. First race, fantastic. 2 starts back at Georgian Downs, where he made a break late in the mile, was third, placed fourth. But I think this one, as long as he minds his manners again tonight, will be tough to beat from post 2. And he is my top selection. But 2 to 5 is not going to pay the bills. So, that price right now is too short on this one. In for second for me, number 6, Editorial. Last time in the Prospect Series at Clinton, got interfered with early on in the mile, ended up making a wide move to finish third. Against a pretty solid horse and Watch My Beverage. So I think that he's certainly one that you need to take a look at. Right now, I see all the handicappers here, myself, Gary, and Ken, all put this horse in for second, and I'll pick Oki from Muskokie on top. 9 to 2 on Editorials, probably about the right price. One I think can certainly finish underneath in second. Number 1, Delightful Magic, now being driven by Brett McDonald. This horse here, post 5 last time, post 8 the time before that. Now gets rail control, 7 to 1. Probably a bit of an overlay on this one right now, because that's a pretty big post-relief opportunity for this gelding to now go to the pole position. Haven't seen much early speed from this one, but you never know. That's inside starting spot can always help out with some early speed. That's why I slotted this one in for the third spot. And then if you like the 1, you got to like the 9. I put number 9, Primetime Sealster, in for fourth. Last time, sat a pretty decent trip, ended up finishing fourth, trailing post tonight. Not always a big fan of that, but might be able to get away okay behind my third pick. And 9 to 1 right now is not a bad price on number 9, Prime Time Sealster. But for me, it's going to be number 2, Oki from Muskokie on top. The 6, Editorial, the 1, Delightful Magic, and that 9, Primetime Sealster. This is the start of the pick 3, and we'll come back to talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy.
Field for race number 5 is on parade. One Delightful Magic. Brent McDonald drives for Chrysalin Nother. And number 2 is Okie from Muskokie, Robert Shepard for Kurt Harbour and Daniel Bell. 5 is Written in Stone, Dave Duncan for Brenda Duncan and Judy Campbell. Number 6, Editorial, Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Hutt Racing. Number 7, Lions Drinking a Bud, Aaron Byron for Joe Pereira and Three Lions Racing. Number 8, Lofty Shadow, Jason Ryan for a numbered company from Ottawa. And number 9, Primetime Sealster, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossons. It is a field of 8 for race number 5. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, Rob, the scratches of 3 and 4 makes this field of 7. Bad math. But nonetheless, let's take a look at this field and see if we can find the right math to get the winner. Number 2, Okie from Muskokie is getting the love, 7-5, although now 6-5 has floated up a little bit. But Okie from Muskokie was full marks last time out. In fact, came first up. And Robert Shepard looked like he wasn't the least bit afraid of coming first up when he moved. He expected to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, I've heard someone say to me that first up isn't the worst place to be if you're on the best horse in the race, and he was certainly on the best one in the race on that night. I thought this horse was fantastic, and I thought he could have won by more if he wanted to, and I think he just kind of won by as much as he needed to on the wire, and he looks really good on the track tonight. It looks like hopefully that break in stride that he made at Georgian Downs is behind him now. 3-2, price is getting better too.
Number 6, Editorial, is on the board right now at 2-1. Now, has had 13 starts with only one second-place finish. But one thing to note, and I'm curious, Editorial, Pocono and Philadelphia, the speed there certainly is attractive, but how do you compare those speeds so that we can get a better representation against here at Grand River?
They're a lot faster. We'll just say that, Gary. They're a lot faster. I usually like to fade horses that come here with fast times from those tracks because they are 5/8 surfaces, but they are extremely fast 5/8 surfaces, especially at Pocono Downs. But I did like the way this one raced last time at Clinton. So I certainly think that this is one you need to use. 2-1 for me is much too short of a price, though.
Editorial is currently 2-1 against the 9-5 number 2 Okie from Muskokie. Now there's Brent McDonald on One Delightful Magic. You'd have to assume that this one's going to get out a lot better from the inside. Hasn't flashed any gate speed the last two, but it was a predominantly post position, you'd think, but did finish the mile well. Delightful Magic, Rob, on the inside. Where do you think he might get away?
I'm hoping he gets away, in the top 3 anyways from the pole position, especially with the field being scratched down to what it has been. Yeah, I think this horse is definitely one you need to consider underneath. I slotted the horse in for 3rd. He got bumped up with the scratch of number 3. That's a beach for me, but I do think that this horse finished his mile, well enough last time and merits respect from that pole position.
Number 9, Prime Time Sealster and Colin Kelly. Kyle Bossons has been prime time of late and also has a 390 training average on the year. So his barn has done well, especially the win column. He's winning at about a 25% clip. The trip, though, from the second tier follows 2 maybe Okie from Muskokie rather than Delightful Magic. Is that maybe what you might see?
Maybe. I think Colin Kelly's best bet is to make one of those judgment calls behind them to see which one is leaving out better off the gates. We've seen Okie from Muskokie put in steps before, and again, we haven't really seen a lot of leaving ability from the rail horse, so I think it's more of a judgment call for them. I thought this horse raced just okay last time, and the winner was much better. That's the 2 Okie from Muskokie, so just an underneath play for me, especially from the second tier.
The 4 that we mentioned are the 4 that are alive in the pick 5, and you only had to go one more deep in the 4th race, and you'd have picked up be a very live ticket here in the 5th race. If there's a flyer on, is there anyone else that you could see maybe sneaking on to the 4 if it's not those 4?
The only horse that I was kind of intrigued by is Lions Drinking a Bud because last time took support and then made a break and didn't really get to see what he could do. So a horse that's kind of still an unknown quantity. 40 to 1. Maybe you want to throw that one on the ticket just in case.
And is, yes, holding that beautiful 40 to 1. The field is moving in and taking up position. It'll be Delightful Magic on the inside with Oki from Muskokie. In the center, written in stone and editorial. To the outside, Lions Ring a Butt and Lofty Shadow, the second tier Primetime Sealster. It's a field of 7. Fifth race on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. Here they come. Field for race number 5 is at the start of the rough. Editorial is going to leave well. Lofty Shadow from the outside. Delightful Magic, Oki from Muskokie. Primetime Sealster is 5th as they charge into the turn and into the backstretch. Then it is back to Written in Stone. Lines Ring a Butt is last away, but it is right now Lofty Shadow who's got a lofty position. It's the front one. Oki from Muskokie now is going to come on, and Oki from Muskokie is going to clear to the lead. Lofty Shadow is racing, filling the pocket. Editorial is currently 3rd, and then Delightful Magic is 4th, and then Primetime Sealster, Written in Stone. Lines Drinking a Bud is trailing the field 29 into the opening quarter. Oki from Muskokie. Editorial is going to move on the outside right now, and on the inside, Lofty Shadow. Delightful Magic is racing on the outside and is racing second over 4th, advancing on the back of Editorial. Primetime Shadow is Primetime Sealster is racing position 5th, and then it is back to Written in Stone, and for the back is Lines Ring a Butt. Halftime was 1 minute to 5th. They raced their way into the backstretch, and it is Oki from Muskokie. Editorial is on the outside, racing position 2nd. Lofty Shadow and Delightful Magic is still moving and is first up and is now taking over 3rd. Right there tight to Editorial as they work their way on towards 3/4. Oki from Muskokie. Racing 2nd, Editorial. Dropping down to the inside goes Delightful Magic and Brett McDonald. Primetime Sealster now is kicking in late and has moved up to take over 4th and is about 3 off the lead. 3/4, 130 and 1 as they roll towards the top of the stretch. Oki from Muskokie and Robert Shepard still sitting chilly in the bike as they turn on down the lane. Delightful Magic to the inside, Editorial on the outside. Oki from Muskokie coasting to the finish to win it. Delightful Magic was 2nd, Editorial 3rd, and then Primetime Sealster 159 flat. Oki from Muskokie, Rob, 1-2 on the board and looked every bit of it.
Yeah, another start there where Robert Shepard was never concerned. He just had tight lines throughout. There was no way he was going to let Editorial clear. I knew that he was going to get left out there, and this horse with another rock-solid effort. Showed us a new page in his repertoire, though, with going to the front tonight. Loved that when I saw that, to be honest. This horse was pacing really well, too. The 4 horses that were paying in the pick 5 and the 4 horses that we thought were the main contenders all finished 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it kind of went the way that the form looked in that race, Gary.
I also like that he didn't have to rush out to make the lead. He let things settle a little bit before he made his move, which then allowed him to get the front without having to get run at all.
Yeah, for sure. He wasn't hard used to get there, and then they went to the half in a minute and 2, and at that point it was lights out. I mean, you can't really think that off his last ever anyone's going to be able to challenge him and get near him. He certainly looked like a 1-2 shot tonight.
On the board, we have a 2-1-6-9 unofficial top 4. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 5. It is number 2, Oki from Muskokie. 4-year-old Veradero Hanover Bay gelding, owned by Daniel Bell. Kurt Harper is the trainer. Robert Shepard victorious on Okie from Muskogee. Second win this year, third lifetime. Mile of 159 flat. The fifth race payouts, number 2. Okay, from Muskogee, $3, $2.20, $2.30. 1, Delightful Magic, $5 and $3.60. And 6, Editorial, $3. $2 exact rate, $90. Try. Pay $7.50. Superfect at $12.55. And the pick 5 pays 5 of 5, $610.30. The fifth race payouts, order of finish. From the top, 2-1 double scratch 53764. That's 2-1 double scratch 53764.
All right. Well, congratulations if you had that pick 5 winning ticket. It paid really nice, over $600 for a dollar. And if you're live in the pick 4, they're all paying pretty nicely as well. So good luck if you are still trucking in that pick 4 wager. Let's look at race number 6. It is the super high 5, and we see some great payouts tonight. I think there's some opportunities for some big payouts in this contest as well. Non-winners of 50,000 life horses and geldings. And this is a race that, I'll be honest, folks, I struggled with. I kind of mixed and matched horses multiple times and went back to the replays and the drawing board before I finally finished off with my official top 5. And on top, number 5, Next Big Thing for Bob McIntosh. We saw that barn with a winner earlier tonight. And this one moves over from Mohawk Park. And it's not winners of 2 or 34,000, but it's certainly a softer spot for him because he faced PL Aussie last time. And if you're familiar with that horse, well, he's a North America Cup eligible. That's been really, really looking good so far. And I think this one is going to appreciate getting away from the likes of that one and some other tough ones over at Mohawk Park. 8-5 in the morning line, 7-1 right now. That price is much too big on number 5, Next Big Thing. And for second, I went to number 3, Century Grizzly. 2 starts back, was a winner in this class from the rail, but still a pretty easy winner, winning by a length and a quarter under the wire as the favorite. Has since went to Georgian Downs and non-winners of 3, had the 8-hole, got away well back, and closed up nicely to finish third. So, this horse is certainly in good form right now, and I think he also merits a lot more respect than the 8-1 he is on the board right now. Number 3, Century Grizzly. For third, I went to number 2, Let's Get Pickled. And this is another one. We saw Michael Vanderkamp with a nice win with Sandor, Southwind Sandor earlier on the card. And this one, too, has had some real difficult posts in his last 2 from the trailing post. Had to come from out of it last time to be second, to exit smiling. Start before that got away a little bit better, ended up finishing third. Thought he had some traffic trouble on that one, though. And before the shutdown, look at those posts, 7, 7, and 8. So big time post relief for Let's Get Pickled tonight in the 2-hole. And I think this one is one you need to give a long look to, especially right now at 4-1 on the board. And then underneath those ones, I've got number 7, Quick Tour. First start in a real long time last time, was a admirable second in that race. And I think that, 7-hole in all, you need to consider this one underneath. And then in for fourth, number 1, Podium Sealster, just looking for a horse that might provide a bit of a price from that pole position. This horse off a nice winning effort at Hanover. So for me in this super high 5, it's going to be number 5, Next Big Thing on top. But I think that the margin between these horses is very thin, folks. For second, number 3, Century Grizzly. Third, number 2, Let's Get Pickled. Number 7, Quick Tour, and Podium Sealster underneath them for the lesser shares. We'll take a look at this race, though, a little further and analyze that odds board for you with Gary Guy very shortly.
Field 4, race number 6 on parade. 1, Podium Sealster, Travis Henry for Dale Fritz. Number 2, Let's Get Pickled, Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. Number 3 is Century Grizzly, Colin Kelly for Jim Ritchie and Paul Ritchie. And number 4 is My Land, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 5 is Next Big Thing, Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. Number 6, Millennium Sealster, Jay Harris for Emma Christoforou. Number 7, Quick Tour, Mike Horner for Mark Horner and RAW Equine. Number 8 is, I'll get my own, thanks. It's Brett McDonald for Dale Fritz and Edward Akison and BWP Stable. And number 9 is Major on the Beach. It's Wayne McLean for Hans Mueller and James Martin. It's a field of 9 for race number 6. Shall we get a look at this field? And we're going to start with Rob's top selection, number 5, Next Big Thing, set up by Bob McIntosh. And Next Big Thing in Austin Surrey. We saw him winning earlier, and Next Big Thing is one that, only has one win in 14 starts, Rob, but the speed is there and has been facing tougher. The drop down, you believe it'll be enough to get the job done?
I think so, Gary. But you know what? This is a tough race. I don't know what your approach was in this one, but for me, this one was extremely difficult. I like the fact he just scored down pretty hard. I think he only put steps in because Austin grabbed a hold of him there. This horse has been facing, PL Aussie, Jimmy Connor B. I take either one of those against this group, that's for sure. And third start back off a layoff, Bob McIntosh. We saw him with a win earlier tonight. I thought this horse would take a lot more support than 7-2, now 5-1, to be honest.
Well, you said you think it's a wide open race, and look at the tote board when you have the 3-1 7 horse as the favorite. I was telling you, a lot of fans have a different opinion. Number 3, Century Grizzly, is my top choice. Is 9-2 on the board, and it's mostly because I expect the gate speed. We'll see if it can hold up. Century Grizzly, are you thinking that might be the one that can make it to the front?
I certainly think that's going to be the intention. Last time in this class, granted it was from the pole position, raced to the lead and made every call a winning one. Might be busy, though, in the front end with Austin Story scoring down like that. I certainly think the Next Big Thing is going to be leaving out. Century Grizzly might lead out, and I think Podium Sealster is not going to give up too many spots along the inside. So maybe there'll be some early speed in here.
Century Grizzly, sent up by Jim Ritchie, who's been able to put up some solid numbers in the past, and Colin Kelly. Good connections there. Number 2, Let's Get Pickled. Finally gets a spot on the inside, has been able to be pretty good, has been encumbered by poor post positions, Let's Get Pickled, but now at a post position too, and has raced well. Definitely a shot to win.
Yeah, you look back at that last effort, really, and it would stack up pretty well in here when it came coming from way out of it. Only got beat a length to Exit Smiling, and you look down the page and you see a lot of decent efforts from difficult posts, especially those last two. I mean, the more and more I look at this horse, the more I seem to like him. 7-2, I'd probably want a little bit of a bigger price than that, but we saw a nice win from Southwind Sandor out of the Vanderkamp barn earlier tonight. Maybe this one's in store to do something similar.
Now, there's the one that's probably the class of this field, probably the best one if all of them were fit and the post positions were equal. Number 7, Quick Tour. My second choice, use this only for 4th, post position, and only the second start back, Rob.
Yeah, I used this one on top last time, if you remember, Gary, and you got the better of me with I'll Get My Own Thanks. It just comes down to post position for me. Second start back's obviously a good thing. Last time he probably needed the effort, that's for sure, but post 7 in here I think is going to be difficult. There's a lot of speed inside of him, and I think that he's at his best when he's kind of pointed towards the lead. So 3-1 would be way too short of a price for me from that spot.
He's certainly getting a lot of love. People know that the horse is really good. It's the post position that's not. One more to touch on. Down on the inside, 1, Podium Sealster. I can't tell you how many times we've said, you maybe throw the 1 in there somewhere in the top 5. The post 1 has been landing on our super high fives almost every single time. There's Podium Sealster.
Yeah, here's another one, a 15-1 that I think really should not be that big of a price. Should be confident off a win in Hanover, and if you look back at his lines in similar classes, he usually picks up a smaller share of it. So with that inside post, he can probably get away well and just sit and wait for daylight late and hopefully land on the bottom end of it. At 15-1, he's got to be in the bottom end of your supers and your high five.
If there's a horse we didn't talk about that I think has a chance to race better than the odds, it's number 4, My Land. We've liked Gerard Demers. It's the 5th start, has been off a long while, but is one that did finish up nicely at Woodbine, 53-2, June the 19th.
Yeah, I certainly think that this one, probably deserves to be less than 8-1. It was interesting. He was one of the ones that was going to be in my top 5. I reworked the top 5 many times, and then I ended up leaving him out. But I certainly think he can land on the ticket.
It's a field of 9 for race number 6, the Super High 5, taking up positions. Podium Sealster, Let's Get Pickled, and Century Grizzly. on the inside. In the center, My Land, and Next Big Thing to the outside, Millennium Silster Quick Tour, and I'll Get My Own Thanks. And then the second tier, Major on the Beach. Field of 9, race number 6. They're at the start of the round. Podium Silger leads with Century Grizzly, and My Land is also getting out well. Quick Tour from the outside as the field sprints into the turn. And also driving early is Next Big Thing, but right now it's Podium Silger. Century Grizzly is still growling on the outside. Century Grizzly now is going to come on and is going to clear the lead. Podium Silger is racing second. My Land is forwardly placed and is third. Then it is Next Big Thing who's moving up the outside and wants to move up closer towards the lead, and his charging is only about 2.5 off the lead. 27-1 the opening quarter. Century Grizzly. The Next Big Thing is on the outside second. Podium Silger third. And Quick Tour is already up and moving and is on the outside, sharing fourth alongside My Land. And then along to the outside, Let's Get Pickled. And then it is back to Millennium Silver, and I'll Get My Own Thanks. They race off the turn. Century Grizzly and Colin Kelly's got the lead. Next Big Thing is traveling overland and is a half length off the lead. Podium Silster, Quick Tour on the outside is second over fourth now. My Land is racing fifth as they work their way on into the backstretch. I'll Get My Own Thanks and Let's Get Pickled. And then it is Millennium Silster. They race on down the backstretch. Century Grizzly trying to hold off Next Big Thing. Next Big Thing now has come on to get the lead. Quick Tour is backed away. Century Grizzly on the inside couldn't hold off Next Big Thing. Next Big Thing now leads it by a length and a half. Century Grizzly is second. My Land is getting closer. And then from the backfield, Millennium Silver is kicking in. Let's Get Pickled is moving up and has taken over fourth. And then Podium Silver is fifth. And then it's I'll Get My Own Thanks and Millennium Silver, but it's Next Big Thing being chased by My Land. 3/4 124, and Next Big Thing now is in front comfortably as they come on down the lane, closing My Land. Next Big Thing, My Land is going to come on by. Next Big Thing was second, then it was Let's Get Pickled, and then it was Century Grizzly, and I'll Get My Own Thanks, but a mile of 154. My Land was able to pick up Next Big Thing right there at the finish for Paul McKenzie and Gerard Demers, Rob.
And Gary, the last horse that you mentioned before they went postward breaks my heart right at the wire. Next Big Thing looked like he was home and cool, but then just got tired there in the last 16th of a mile, and My Land gets up at 5-1 in a race that we thought was wide open.
Well, it certainly proved to be. And also, number 5, Next Big Thing, did race very well. Just came first up and just couldn't get the final, say, 50 feet.
Yeah, and My Land, had a inside trip for a long way there, and then came out, and capitalized to get the job done. And Let's Get Pickled, another one that, came from out of it to get third. So maybe next time a little bit closer might have a better chance to get there.
Yes, we disregarded Gerard Demers at our own peril because we have been noticing how well his barn has been racing. And My Land, Paul McKenzie, a nice steer. Paul's getting close to the 8,900 mark in career wins. He's getting a little older, but he's not losing a step just yet.
No, he's driving great, and with more steers like that, he'll get to that 8,000 sooner than later. That's for sure.
4, 5, 2, 3, 8 is the top 5 on the board. My Land at 5-1, so we have 5-1, 4-1, 3-1, 3-1, and 9-1 in the high 5. It should be a decent price. The mile of 154 for My Land. Coming back in front of us, number 4, My Land, a 4-year-old Badlands Hanover Bay gelding, owned by Tag Incorporated, trained by Gerard Demers, Paul McKenzie, the winning drive. Paul McKenzie with another big load of potatoes. My Land in 154 flat to take race number 6. the sixth race payouts for My Land, 1310, 850 and 495. Next big thing, 450 and 320 and 2. Let's get pickled, 420. $2 exactor is 67.10. Dollar try, 169.95. And we had a dollar pick for 587.20. Fans note the high five pays out on a 20-cent ticket. 435.65. Note a 20-cent high five. 435.65. The sixth race, order of finish from the top. 734-126-859. That's 734-126-859.
All right, we're back to take a look at race number 7. Horse and Geldings, non-winners of 5,000 lifetime. And in this one here, I'm going to go with a horse that's won 2 in a row. He's got to be feeling confident, right? That's number 4, Gibbs Rules. And he's won his last 2 over at Hanover. But you know what? I actually really liked the way he raced here at Grand River Raceway back on June the 11th. He got away 7th off the gate, went overland for much of the journey, and then closed up to finish a decent 4th to Twin B Powerball. And we saw that one, rhyme off a couple of big wins here at Grand River Raceway. So I'm going to go with him on top. I'm hoping for a price, but certainly was not expecting a price to the tune of 21-1, where he sits right now. To me, that is a huge number on number 4, Gibbs Rules. And for second, I'm going to number 3, Sports Bliss. I thought this one raced pretty good last time from the trailing post. Ended up going parked for part of the mile, second over, and then closed well to finish third, only beaten 3/4 of the length under the wire. That was a known as a 15,000 life. This is now back to non-winners of 5,000 life, so should get a little bit of class relief there. Finished second on here the last time he was in this class on June the 18th. So I certainly think that this is one you need to use, and 9-1 seems like a big price on this one as well. I went to number 2, Dirty Little Piglet, in the third spot. And I kind of struggled with this one because this horse has a lot of speed, and he's going to be out there probably going to the front, or at least sitting in the 2-hole. I just don't know if he's one I'd want to have on top or have a win ticket on. 2-1, especially at that price, I would not want to be on him at that short of a price. But he certainly has a chance and should land somewhere on the ticket. And then for fourth, number 7, Drowns the Whiskey. Difficult post out there from the 7-hole, but did go a decent mile last time, but that was from post 3. So he took a lot of support last time in this class, but 9-5 post 7, I'd probably be steering clear from this one on top anyways. I'd be looking for a bigger price in here, and that's why I went with number 4, Gibbs Rules. He should be confident. He's won 2 in a row, and now he's back at Grand River, where he raced pretty good last time. Using him over top of number 3, Sports Bliss, number 2, Dirty Little Piglet, and number 7, Drowns the Whiskey. The horses are heading out on the track for post parade, and we'll talk about it a little bit further after that with Gary Guy.
Field for the 7th on parade 1. There's the boy. Nick Boyd for Claudette Lemissier and Scott Dubuque. Number 2 is Dirty Little Piglet. Colin Kelly for Robert Dare and Rebecca Williamson. Number 3 is Sports Bliss. Jason Ryan for A Numbered Company. Number 4 is Gibbs Rules. Paul McKenzie for Nelson White and Lisa Lehman. Number 5 is L.A. Playadeo, Dale Spence for Dr. Ian Moore. Number 6, Wise Delight, Robert Shepard for Gary McDonald. And number 7 is Drowns the Whiskey, Jay Harris for Jack Moisev and Joanne Colville and Nancy McNevin and Robbie Waratmo Wabawa. And 9 is Manhattan Joe, Bruce Richardson for Earl McLeod and Clifton Hobbs. Well, Rob, the seventh race, we have a scratch of number 8 Sports Core. Paul McKenzie's looking to score in back-to-back, and Gibbs Rules. I'll tell you, it's not one that I used in my top 3, nor did Kenny, but you have this one on top. So you are swimming alone in here with Gibbs Rules. It's not that I don't like the horse, but and certainly shows the gate speed, but it's your top pick, so you tell me some more.
I like the way he looks at the track right now, that's for sure. It's interesting, Gary. I circled this horse on June 11th when he came from out of it to finish fourth and came home in 28-4 to Twinbee Powerball. And I mean, we certainly bet Twinbee Powerball back in here. And then he went up to Hanover and really didn't give me much value as a big favorite in his last two. Easy winner from the trailing post two back, and then held on last time, going it on the front end. So I just think this horse should be confident right now. And 6-5, yikes! I was not hoping for that. I can tell you that right now. But I just think this horse is the now horse and figures in here.
Number 2, Dirty Little Piglet, is my top selection. I'll make a case for this one because if you look at that last race, you might be not as impressed as you should be. They went to the half in 59-2. So when you're sitting along the inside and in a good position, and it's hard to close then later. Did come home in 28-4, but the mile was 57-2 off of that slow half. So it just didn't work out well for Dirty Little Piglet. And if you look at the race before that, you mentioned that Gibbs Rules was fourth to Twinbee Powerball. Well, Dirty Little Piglet was second in 55-3 to Twinbee Powerball. So I'm using that measuring stick and gets the inside post to Gibbs Rules. We'll see how it pans out early. Right now, those two are both on the board at 2-1. We have a difference of opinion. One of us will be at least right relative to the 2 or 4 at the end of the race. We'll see if that matters, or maybe it's somebody else. How about number 3, Sports Bliss, who is 6-1 on the board and is a 2 out of 3 in the top 3. Really good effort from the trailing post last race to be beaten just 3/4.
Yeah, and he was actually coming on again at the wire. I thought when I looked at the line, I was trying to remember if he was tiring at the wire or coming forward. He looked like he might kind of pack it in on the last turn, and then in the straightaway again, he came on, only got beat by 3/4 of a length. The price on this one is definitely enticing right now. It's 6-1. That's a tougher class last time. And he went overland for part of it from the second tier, and now he gets his nose on the gate. If that price holds a 6-1, he's certainly worth a crack at that number.
And the measuring stick as well, Sports Bliss. The one that was in front by 3/4 of length was Okie from Muskogee. We saw that one race pretty confidently in victory here earlier this evening. There's number 7, Drowns the Whiskey. Has been taking a lot of money right from the get-go and is 3-1 despite the post position. Now 56-4 was a good mile last race and also was beaten just 3/4 of a length. Drowns the Whiskey, though, certainly has to figure out a trip from the outside. How do you think he can get into the race?
I mean, really, the only shot he's got, I think, to get into the race is try to beat a couple off the gate at least, which he might be able to do. I mean, he's got a second-time starter and a first-time starter, a 2-year-old, just to the inside of him. So I think Drowns the Whiskey, if he wants to have a chance to win the race, he's going to have to try to get forwardly placed. I'm just not sure how easy that's going to be. For me, I look at him as more of a play underneath tonight. He took a lot of money last time, ended up finishing third. I expect a similar result tonight, maybe third or fourth.
And you got to like Jackie Moe's numbers on the year. His training percentage has been really solid. 9 out of 21 in the top 2. I'm going to tell you the horse that we didn't talk about, and there it is, 9 Manhattan Joe. You remember last week that I liked this horse at least for a piece as a first-time starter. Only came on to finish 6th because of being 8th by 17 1/4 at the opening quarter, but did come a 58-1 back half. Manhattan Joe, second start. The trailer post, there is maybe some gate speed to follow in the 2, following out if that's the plan. Manhattan Joe certainly offers a price, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. No chance last time, right? I mean, look at they went a second quarter. This horse in his first start ever was a long way out of it. Decent qualifier to quick tour before that. I would say 24-1. Sign me up for using this horse underneath in my trifectas.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how it plays out here in race number 7 as the field now is moving in line, and it is there. There's the boy along to the inside with Dirty Little Piglet and Sports Bliss. In the center, Gibbs Rules, and La Pleodeo and Wise Delight to the outside, which drowns the whiskey. The second tier, Manhattan Joe. Field of 8 for race number 7. Current favorite is right now number 2, Dirty Little Piglet at 2-1. Gathering speed. Field is at the start of the round. Dirty Little Piglet's going to get out well. Long to the inside, there's the boy. Manhattan Joe comes out well from the trailer post to race into the front trio as the field works around the turn. Then it is La Pleodeo, and on the outside, drowns the whiskey. Down to the inside, Gibbs Rules is third from last, and then Sports Bliss, and back to Wise Delight as they race on to the opening quarter. Dirty Little Piglet and Colin Kelly was able to brush out and take the lead. There's the boys right there in the pocket, and Manhattan Joe at 19-1 is third in the early action. Then it is La Pleodeo, who's racing fourth and then drowns the whiskey, is fifth. Gibbs Rules has a couple of beaten, and they are Sports Bliss and YS Delight. But Dirty Little Piglet at 5-2 right now for Colin Kelly. Off at 28-1 opening quarter. Leads as they race their way on towards us, and there's the boy second, 2 lengths in arrears, and now drowns the whiskey is moving on the outside. Manhattan Joe elects to stay down to the inside. La Pleodeo is on the inside, and now Gibbs Rules is starting to move and is second over and is advancing. Then it is back to Sports Bliss as the field works on into the backstretch off a 57-4 halftime, and YS Delight is trailing the field. Dirty Little Piglet leads by about 3 lengths right now. On the outside, drowns the whiskey has come on well to take over second. There's the boy is third. Manhattan Joe is a block down to the inside, and Gibbs Rules is moving on the outside fourth, but has a lot of work to do. Then Sports Bliss, and from the backfield, YS Delight and a play of Dale, but it is Dirty Little Piglet at 5-2, 3/4 126-2. Drowns the whiskey, YS Delight, and on the inside, there's the boy. The field turns for home off 3/4 126-2. Dirty Little Piglet is sharp on down the lane, makes every call a winning one. Flying late was YS Delight to be beaten just a couple of lengths, and then it was Drowns the Whiskey and Sports Bliss. Mile of 156-2. Dirty Little Piglet, Rob.
Nice call, Gary. And you know what? I tried to convince myself that Dirty Little Piglet was one that, might not be the winning type, might be a piece horse. Well, wow, did Dirty Little Piglet ever prove me wrong? As he just romped in there and 156-2. Never a doubt from Colin Kelly, and that colt right there, easy winner.
I'll tell you, the horse you have to keep an eye on for next start was that number 6 YS Delight, because it was just a second start for YS Delight. Raced well at Clinton last time out and really was charging late.
Oh, definitely put a big circle around that one. No real right to get that close to the winner under the wire, and just the second start of this Bettor's Delight 4-year-old's career, and I thought, very, very nice way to finish his mile. Put a big circle around that one for next time.
We wondered how 7 Drowns the Whiskey would get a trip, and really didn't, but at least managed to come on and finish third, so that was a nice get to get onto the ticket despite the post position.
Yeah, draws inside next time. I think you can definitely play that one, because the first turn, they tried to go forward. They tried to get away for position and ended up stuck pretty wide. So to still finish third after that trip, I would say, we want to definitely keep an eye on that gelding. And if he draws inside next time, might be able to bet with both hands.
Coming back in front of us is the winner of the 7th race, number 2, Dirty Little Piglet, a 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay colt owned by Rebecca Williamson, trained by Robert Dare. Colin Kelly with the winning drive. Dirty Little Piglet, 156-2. The seventh race payouts. Number 2, Dirty Lil Piglet, 730, 390, 280. 6, Wise Delight, 860 and 430 and 7, Drowns the Whiskey, 290. Dollar pick 3, 43.55. $2 exactor is 62.20. Dollar try 194.40. Dollar super 447.10. The seventh race order finish from the top. 814-762-3 scratch 5. That's 814-762-3 scratch 5.
All right, well, it's time to take a look at race number 8, and that is the start of the late pick 4. We've got Horse and Geldings non-winners at 10,000 life, and well, I'm going to look to the favorite here, number 3, Premier Nacho at 4-5. This horse won the first start of his career at the age of 2 last season, but has gone winless in the 9 starts that have followed. But I think that this might just be what the doctor ordered, some softer competition here in this class at Grand River Raceway. His last start was non-winners at 2 over at Mohawk Park on June the 17th. He had the 10-hole, went an overland journey, and ended up finishing 7th with broken equipment. I thought it was an okay effort, but he couldn't really ask him to do much more, I guess, in that last quarter. He came home in 27-2. The winner, Can't Stop Lying, came right back to win a non-winners of 3 the following week. So that's a good form reference for number 3, Premier Nacho. We just saw Colin Kelly get a win on Dirty Little Piglet. I think he can come right back to land in the winner's circle on number 3, Premier Nacho in here. For second, another horse coming from Mohawk Park, the 1, Confidence Man, and I think that Bob McIntosh is bringing this one over to Grand River to try to get this one's confidence back. Back on March 29th, this one won in non-winners of 1 at Mohawk Park, and since then has faced tougher competition or non-winners of 2, PL Aussie and Metallica in his last 2. Those are some tough customers. He gets the rail tonight, and I think he's got a pretty good chance to land somewhere underneath with a big piece of it. Number 1, Confidence Man. For third, number 2, Gambling Addiction. Raced well 2 starts ago in this class to finish third at nearly 30-1. Just coughed up the place spot under the wire, and has since come back and won an even mile, getting away 5th from the 6th hole. Post 2 should be good for this one tonight. I think Jay Harris might have him looking to be forwardly placed off the gate. 11-1 is a solid number on number 2, Gambling Addiction. And then for fourth, number 9, Favaro Sealster was a winner and non-winners of 5,000 life last time, but that was from post 2. He went coast to coast on that occasion. Now from the trailing post, well, I think he's going to have to hope to get off the gate, sit a decent trip, and get a minor share of it. Right now, 19-1. He's one you want to use for the lesser shares on your trifecta and superfecta ticket. But for me, it's all about number 3, Premier Nacho, 6-5 in all, on top of number 1, Confidence Man, number 2, Gambling Addiction, and number 9, Favaro Sealster. But we'll come back and take a look at this opening leg of the late pick 4 a little closer after the post parade.
Field 4, race number 8 is on parade. 1, Confidence Man, Austin Surrey for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Martin Staples. Number 2 is Gambling Addiction, Jay Harris for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson. 3 is Premier Nacho, Colin Kelly for Robert Young. Number 4 is Beef and Cheddar, Bruce Richardson for Cassidy Schneider and Matthew Chappell. Number 5, Finn T. Sealster, Preston Shaw for Lyle Greenwich. Number 6, Seize Control, Travis Henry for Gerald Lilly and Bill Maines and William Cripps and Steve Papillion. Number 7, Bet on Blake, Robert Shepard for John Copus and Clay Harland Horner and Dry Bar Stables and Brian Zong. Number 8 is Lincoln Boulevard, Tyler Borth for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson and Laverne Turnbull. And number 9 is Favaro Sealster. Brent McDonough for Matt Dupuy and Keith Castle. Field of 9, race number 8. And Rob, first up, we're going to be taking a look at number 3, Premier Nacho. Now, I don't really like nachos. I'm more of a hickory stick man, but I actually like Premier Nacho in here. The only thing that concerns me, scratched vet sick last time. Oh, but, well, there's a look at Premier Nacho. Does he look premier on the track right now?
It looks good to me, and I'm a big fan of nachos, by the way, Gary, just so you know. I love nachos with cheese and salsa, and I think Premier Nacho looks fantastic on the track right now, and we saw it earlier tonight, though, right? Very similar form reference and off a scratch sick with our earlier winner and Always Watching, so I think this one could be very similar. Horses that have been coming over from Mohawk Park tonight, facing it softer competition, have been doing really well, and 2-1 now I think is a pretty good price on this horse.
Yeah, that mile of 150 and 3 at the Meadowlands, that kind of jumps off the page. And also, you do see this one racing in some solid company back there. Premier Nacho and Colin Kelly, you're only getting, well, 2-1 seems like a fair price considering the quality. And maybe that is that scratch vet sick that's just helping the price at least not be 3 or 4 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the way that he just scored down, though, I think the price might start to come down a bit. Well, it just went to 5-2, but I'm certainly sticking with Premier Nacho after what I just saw.
Number 9, Favaro Sealster. If you like the 1, you got to take a look at the 9 at least, and you do like the 1. So 9, Favaro Sealster. The question will be the trip. But there's no question that he's looked good here, and he was able to go all the way on top last time out. Good mile overall. You get Brett McDonald. It's the post position. How do you think the trip can play out for Favaro Sealster?
Well, I think that it might be okay because Confidence Man should want to leave out, that's for sure. But the thing is, too, he's facing a bit tougher this time. The good form reference for us, though, is Drowns the Whiskey came back to race pretty well tonight. I just, 3-1 for me is too short of a price on Favaro Sealster.
Yeah, currently getting a lot of love. Right now, a co-favorite. There's one, Confidence Man, now 3-1. Confidence Man is not quite offering the price. I didn't expect to see Premier Nacho at 2-1. Confidence Man inside post position, and back-to-back 53 and 4 miles. Inside post position could certainly help with some confidence at the start.
Yeah, last couple of times he didn't really have much of a chance in against really tough horses, PL Aussie and Metallica, and he did break his maiden before the shutdown here in Ontario, and it was a decent enough effort. I certainly think that if Premier Nacho wasn't in here, I'd say this horse is probably, the class and the best one in the field, but I just think that Premier Nacho might be a notch above that one.
The one that's getting slightly ignored in the gambling is number 2, Gambling Addiction. That line, June the 18th, is a solid one in 55 and 4. Last race just wasn't really able to get into the hunt all that much. But Gambling Addiction's one that has bounce back potential in here and offers 18-1.
Yeah, the price is certainly robust on this one at 18-1. A little bit surprised to see that because this horse is certainly capable of leaving well off the gate and in the top 3, and that effort, 18th, I desperately needed him for second that time, but he still finished a decent third at nearly 30-1, so I think he's certainly one you want to use underneath. Now 24-1.
Now the tote board has come a little bit more the way you might have thought. There is number 3, Premier Nacho. Down to even money in the board. Confidence Man is at 5-2. And then 9, Favaro Sealster from the trailing post at 7-2. Field for race number 8. Taking up positions, it's Confidence Man and Gambling Addiction with Premier Nacho on the inside. In the center, Beef and Cheddar and Fenty Sealster. To the outside, Seize Control, Bet on Blake and Lincoln Boulevard. And the second tier, Favaro Sealster. It's a field of 9 for the 8th race, and it is post time as the field is gathered in behind the gate at the river. Field for the 8th race. is at the start of the rough. Gambling Addiction, Premier Nacho, sees control. Lincoln Boulevard is coming out from an outside post position as they work their way into the turn and into the backstretch. Premier Nacho now has come on and has got the lead. Sees control is racing second. Gambling Addiction is on the inside third. Lincoln Boulevard is racing fourth and caught on the outside. Then it is Confidence Man on the inside fifth. Bet on Blake is sixth, and then Beef and Shetter, and then back further as they race their way on past the opening quarter, and that is right now racing back their position second from last. Favero Sealster, and trailing the field is Finn T. Sealster, but Premier Nacho has got a lead right now of a length and a half. Sees control at 45-1 is racing position second. Gambling Addiction, Bet on Blake is working first over now as they race their way off the turn. Lincoln Boulevard is fifth to the inside. Confidence Man has moved to the outside, sixth now, and then is back further to Beef and Shetter and Favero Sealster, and way back trailing is Finn T. Sealster. 57-1 was the halftime, and Premier Nacho leads it by a length and a half. Sees control is racing second. Gambling Addiction on the inside. There goes Confidence Man now. He's going to roll it three wide and is coming on. Bet on Blake now is going to back away. Then Beef and Cheddar on the inside. Lincoln Boulevard, and Favero Sealster is trailing. They hustle on to three quarters. 126-3. And Premier Nacho leads by two. Sees control. Long shot is still there. Second at 45-1. Then Confidence Man and Gambling Addiction. The field turns for home. It is Premier Nacho as they come on down the stretch drive. Premier Nacho was able to snack on this field and win it by about 4 or 5. Gambling Addiction was second. Then it was Seize Control and Confidence Man. Mile of 155 flat. Premier Nacho definitely enjoyed this dash.
Yeah, it was the power of Class Relief, Gary. And this horse, he was a really nice-looking horse when he won his lifetime debut at 2 last year, and obviously just kind of must have had some issues and some tough luck his last 9 starts. But wow, comes here to Grand River and just dominates. When Colin Kelly scored him down, that kind of showed me all I needed to see. He looked great on the track, and it showed me that he'd be pointed right towards the lead. Fantastic steer by Colin Kelly. Loved how he waited top of the lane there. Didn't ask him until he hit the top of the stretch, and when Seize Control came out of the pocket, that's actually lost a couple of lengths because this one accelerated away. So rock solid effort. And look at that. Gambling Addiction second at 25-1. This exact is paying $30. That is just wild because we thought this one had a big chance to land underneath.
And actually, Confidence Man didn't leave as well as you might have thought, but did at least manage to get onto the ticket. The one that stuck around farther than I thought he would was Seize Control as a third. 3-2-6-1, the top 4.
That should pay pretty nicely. You always say, Gary, you want to split those favorites. Well, you didn't just split them to first and third here. You split them to first and fourth with a couple of bombs in between, so this should pay nicely.
Coming back in front of us will be the winner of race number 8, number 3, Premier Nacho. Back in front of us, 8th race, number 3, Premier Nacho, 3-year-old Better Than Shetterpay gelding. Owned by Premier and Associates. Robert Young is the trainer. Colin Kelly with back-to-back wins, taking races 7 and 8. First win this year, a second lifetime for Premier Nacho. 155 flat. Eighth race of payouts, 3 Premier Nacho, 280, 260, 220, 2 Gambling Addiction. 1110 and 450, and 6C's control 880. $2 exactor 3030, dollar try 148.55, dollar super 292.25. Eighth race over a finish from the top is a 421 693 875. That's 421 693 875.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 9. We've got Horse and Geldings now winners of 30,000 life. And well, I'm going to a horse that I thought raced really well last time, and number 5, Last Mock. He finished second to a dominant winner in St. Lad's Beat It when his second over trip actually came around his rivals to take the lead at the head of the stretch before giving way to St. Lad's Beat It. I just think that the effort was a pretty solid one. Clearly the second best in the race. And in this class, the last time we saw it on June the 25th, and right now 7-1 on the board. To me, that is a big price on number 5, Last Mock for Mark Winnicott and Aaron Byron in the sulky. For second, I went to number 1, Money or Roses, and the angle has been working all night, folks. Horses coming over from Mohawk Park from non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3, and then facing some softer competition to get the job done. Well, Money or Roses last time went overland for part of the mile and did so in a race where PL Aussie was victorious, and we said that name quite a bit tonight. He's a North America Cup eligible who's been racing really well for Amanda Fine, and I would think that Money or Roses should like the pole position tonight and should get every chance in here. Patrick Shepard, the trainer, and will elect to drive himself tonight. This son of Cougar Hall. I think that you got to give this one a long look, and 4-1. That's a big price, I think, on Money or Roses right now, up from 2-1 on the morning line. And for third, I went with number 2, Smiling Billy the Kid. Prospect Series effort last time at Clinton Raceway, finished 5th. The 2 starts prior to that here, well, it didn't really have much of a chance, finished 6th in this class. Time before that, when parked a long way before fading to 7th. I just think this horse has a chance to land on the ticket tonight. I was liking the 15-1 in the morning line, not so much the 6-1 on the board right now. Picks up Robert Shepard in the bike. And for fourth, I went to number 3, Doc Finelli. This horse has produced solid efforts in his last 2. Finished second, 2 starts back to St. Lad's Beat It, and then last time finished 4th after battling a long way, first over, and then gave way to both Last Mock and that winner again, St. Lad's Beat It, who has been racing really well as of late. But for me, the variance in the odds right now between Last Mock and Doc Finelli, I would certainly side with a bigger price on Last Mock at 6-1. So that's going to be my top choice in race number 9. Underneath number 5, Last Mock, I'm going number 1, Money or Roses, who I think is still a big price at 9-2. That's an overlay on that one as well. And then Smiling Billy the Kid at 7-1. And then in for fourth, number 3, Doc Finelli. The horses are coming out on the track. After the post parade, we'll take a closer look at the race with Gary Guy.
Field 4, race number 9 is on parade. 1, Money or Roses, Patrick Shepard for Robert Woodburn. Number 2, Smilin' Billy the Kid, Robert Shepard for George Ketros and William Brown and Brenda Darrable. And number 3, Doc Finelli, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens. And number 4, Captain Ray, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and J.R. Merwa. 5 is Last Mock for Aaron Byron and Mark Winnicott and John Nicholson. Number 6 is Rockin' My Dream. Bo Brown drives and trains and owns. Number 7, To Jennifer's Credit, Brett McDonough for Sean Arnott. And number 8, He's a Handyman. It's Mike Horner for Mark Horner. Field of 8 for race number 9, and we'll call right away on Nacho Man Robert Reed Jr. to fill us in a little bit more on 5, Last Mock. I really, really did like that last race, just as you noted. This field has to be really happy also that St. Lad's Beat It's not back in here. Last mock, it should be time to get the job done here.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the odds board right now, Gary. 6-1. It's pretty crazy they're letting this horse go off at this price right now, but we'll see what happens come post time. You know, he finished second last time as St. Lad's Beat It, and I mean, he was clearly the second best horse in the race to me. If St. Lad's Beat It wasn't in there, he would have come around the field and I think kind of won with ease. But that horse, St. Lad's Beat It's been racing fantastic and beating up on this group until tonight. Right now, he's galloping. He's a free-legged pacer, having some fun out there. Looks better right now, but 5-1, 6-1 now. That's a huge price.
Last mock also really did work hard in that last race as well. So to be that close to St. Lad's Beat It, considering how hard he worked, I think he's not getting enough respect for that effort. Number 1, Money or Roses. Yeah, the angle of the dropping horse and the inside post. And one thing to note also, this one had a couple of starts at Northfield and a start at Charlottetown, so had the fitness advantage and was racing well there also. Inside post, 3-1. Patrick Shepard driving. We saw Patrick with a very nice steer here on Wednesday night to kind of stick handle down the lane and get a job done. On the inside for Money and Roses, Rob.
Yeah, that was with St. K, and it was a pretty slick steer to get there. And I think that I honestly thought this horse would be the favorite. So I was picking last mock, thinking I'd be looking for a better price than the price offered on number 1, Money or Roses. Right now, he's 5-2. I think that's still a little higher than I expected, and that's probably because Doc Finelli's taking all the money right now at 9-5. But I think this horse, you know, it should get every chance from the pole position. And you go back to those lines and the angle of dropping down from tougher at Mohawk Park. It's been working pretty well tonight.
There's Patrick's brother, Robert Shepard, Smiling Billy the Kid. Now, shows some good form a little further back, but the last 3 weren't as good. But this was a good horse last year, Smiling Billy the Kid.
Yeah, he only missed the board once in 9 starts last year, and I've been kind of waiting for this one to bring forth a better effort. You can't really fault him for what he did on opening night here. He got parked the entire mile and then faded to 7th, but you're right, his last 2 kind of are a little bit underwhelming. We'll see if Robert Shepard can really wake this one up tonight.
You know, horse that scares me here, but the price now would tell me I'm not so worried about missing him, is number 3, Doc Finelli, because he battled hard after coming from the trailer post and coming first up last time out. And it was a pretty solid effort before tailing off the late going. If he gets a better trip, he can be a big player. He's getting a lot of love.
Yeah, nose on the gate tonight. You know, last time he had post 4, he went to the lead and ended up finishing, second to St. Lad's Beat It. So that's a good form reference there. And you're right, last time, I mean, he got the worst of it and ended up still finishing 4th. You know, respectable finish, getting beat 6 lengths. But I don't know, I kind of prefer the other ones, and I kind of in the same boat you are, Gary. Right now, I don't feel as bad about not putting this one further up because 2-1 to me is way too short of a price.
You know the one we're not giving enough attention to? How about Paul McKenzie and Gerard Demers? I think they know how to win. In fact, I think they won earlier tonight. Captain Ray actually went all the way June the 11th to win on top. And last race finished right behind last mock. Captain Ray and Paul McKenzie shouldn't get dismissed in here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I certainly dismissed my land and I paid for it. So I guess I might do it again right here with Captain Ray. 5-1 on the board, certainly a decent price, and it was a easy winner in a similar class on opening night, and then since then he hasn't done much wrong, really, right? Picked up a share in his last 2 in the class, and we know the barn certainly sends them out ready, and we might have overlooked this one, but 5-1, probably about the right price.
He certainly can get off the gate well, and he actually grabbed the early lead last race, and then a little drop back, but still was able to stick around and get the ticket. So Captain Ray at 7-2, now 4-1. Right now the board has adjusted to number 5. Last mock is 2-1, and you thought 1 Money or Roses would be the favorite. You got to like that 7-2. You probably would be backing the 7-2 on Money or Roses.
Yeah, I definitely think that Money or Roses is worth a win bet right now at 7-2. That's just way too heavy mutual. Now down to 3-1, but that's still a pretty solid price on a horse with the lines that he has coming into this.
It's an interesting field for race number 9, and they're taking up their positions. Money or Roses and Smiling Billy the Kid with Doc Finelli. In the center, Captain Ray and last mock to the outside, Rockin' My Dream to Jennifer's credit. And he's a handyman. Field of 8. Race number 9 at Grand River Raceway on a Friday night in front of fans. Here they come. Field for the 9th race is at the start of the route. Doc Finelli, Captain Ray, Smiling Billy the Kid. The last mock is into the front grouping. Then along to the inside as the field works on around the turn. Money of Roses is 5th away. Then it is back to the trailing trio of Rockin' My Dream to Jennifer's Credit, and he's a handy man. But Doc Finelli's got the early lead. Captain Ray has found the pocket. Smiling Billy the Kid as they race on to the opening quarter. And then it is last mock who's positioned on the inside 4th, working in front of Money of Roses and Rockin' My Dream. Then to Jennifer's Credit, and he's a handyman, is trailing 27-2. It was a solid opening quarter put up by Doc Finelli and Colin Kelly. Captain Ray is in a good spot right there 2nd. Smiling Billy the Kid is racing 3rd right now for Robert Shepard as they race their way off the turn. Now to the outside, here comes Last Mock and Aaron Byron. And moving up with authority on the outside, has come on quickly and is only 2 off the lead. Smiling Billy the Kid is racing 4th, and Money of Roses and Rockin' My Dream. Well back to Jennifer's Credit, and he's a handyman. 57-1 was the halftime. Doc Finelli's leading. On the outside, it is Last Mock. Racing 3rd is Captain Ray, still there enjoying the view in the pocket. Money of Roses is on the outside, has a share of 4th alongside Smiling Billy the Kid. And then Rockin' My Dream to Jennifer's Credit, and he's a handyman. Doc Finelli still has the lead, but Last Mock is looming on the outside, and Captain Ray is still there in the hunt in the pocket. 125-3. Rockin' My Dream has come on to grab 4th. His backing way is Money of Roses, and then Smiling Billy the Kid on the inside. 3/4, 125-3. Last Mock has got the lead. Last Mock, Doc Finelli, but Rockin' My Dream might be heard from as they come on down the stretch drive. And scooting into the inside lane is Captain Ray. 3 across the track, it is Last Mock. Last Mock just gets there over a very game Doc Finelli. And then Captain Ray up the inside, and Rockin' My Dream was 4th, 155-3. Last Mock, it wasn't easy, but got the job done.
Yeah, raced fantastic first over. And you know what, Gary, I was licking my chops the whole way through the betting, and then, wow, it came in late. Went down to 2-1, went off at 7-5, and certainly was a nail-biter. Got the sweat going, edge of my seat, but Aaron Byron gets him up in the last strides.
And the mile of 55-3, it was a solid mile as well. But Aaron certainly drove the horse confidently coming first up, and obviously knew he had enough horse because he just got there to win by a head. It was a very game Doc Finelli who did all the work, and also Captain Ray was right there in the hunt to the finish on the inside.
I thought you were going to do it to me again, Gary, with your horse, the last horse you mentioned. He sat the perfect 2-hole trip, and Paul McKenzie's won so many races up the passing lane. I said, oh, my God, here we go again. But, thankfully for my tickets anyways, Last Mock got up to win, and Captain Ray, though, did finish a decent 3rd.
Yeah, and Money of Roses looked like one that might be needing another start or continuing on with the drop in class because did not really fire.
No, and it was gap 2nd over, and looked like he might get a really nice trip, and just didn't have anything down the backside for the last time. So let's track where this one goes next. But in any event, Last Mock got the job done.
At 7-5, coming back in front of us, 5 Last Mock, a 4-year-old Mach 3, Bay Gelding, helped by Mark Winnicott and John Nicholson. Mark Winnicott's the trainer. Aaron Byron's the winning driver, 3rd win this year, 7th lifetime. Last Mock, 155-3. The ninth race payouts. 5 last mock, 490, 360, 280. 3 Doc Finelli, 430, 270. And 4 Captain Ray, 280. $2 exactor is 1620. The dollar drive, 3150. Dollar super, 217.85. The ninth race payouts. The ninth race order of finish. Pay attention. 862 314 75. That's 862 314 75.
All right, it's time to take a look at race number 10. It's a start of the late double, and this is for horses and geldings, claiming handicap $8,500 to $10,500. And well, I'm going to go with the horse with the pole position, number 1, Sobble Play. I thought that this one has raced pretty good in his last few efforts over at Hanover and then here at Grand River last time to be second to a pumped up No Time at All. Before that, a rock solid winner over Hanover and now winners of 1,500 last 3. I think that this one 4 to 5 right now. Well, that's a little shorter than I was hoping for. That's for sure. I thought this race a little bit, more difficult to handicap for just a 7-horse field, but I did land on number 1, Sobble Play, who has had success since joining the Terry Gallant barn. In for second, number 5, Phone In. I like this horse because, well, I think Kyle Boston's horses get better with each start, and this is now the third start back for this 7-year-old gelding after the shutdown. And last 2 times, not much of a chance. Last time in this class, getting away 8th and then closing up to be 4th. Draws 1 post position better this time in post 5, and I think we might see this horse get put into play a little sooner. That's number 5, Phone In, currently 9 to 2 on the board. Nice price on that one for Kyle Boston's. And then for third and fourth, I just went for some bomb hunting here, and that is number 4, Old Buck. Last 3 starts at Hanover and non-winners of 1,500 last 3. Kind of following the same pattern as Sobble Play, and that's why I thought, well, this horse should have a shot in here, and this horse is no stranger to the B tracks and doing well on the half-mile surface. So Old Buck right now is 17 to 1. That's a pretty big price on this one, and I think that he can certainly land somewhere underneath. And then for fourth, another bomb. Barossa Blue Jeans was not able to use Lasix in his last 2 over Hanover. Now gets back, on that medication tonight. And, you go back to those lines last year, was competitive in open claimers for this price tag of $8,500. Shows a second, even a win over Flamborough. And he took support in both of his races over at Hanover. I certainly thought this horse would be a price maybe around 10 to 1 or so. 50 to 1 is just kind of crazy to me because I think that the margin between the best horse and the worst horse in this race would not, warrant anyone being 50 to 1. So I think this one's worth a look to use in the bottom end of your trifecta or superfecta. Getting back on the Lasix program tonight here at Grand River Raceway, number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans for Bruce Goit. So for me, it's number 1, Sobble Play on top, 3 to 5. That's probably, definitely is too short of a price for me at that number. Hopefully it'll come up by post time. Number 5, Phone In right now, decent number at 9 to 2. And then a couple of bombs, number 4, Old Buck, and number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans. But we'll come back and take a closer look at this field of 7 claimers when Gary Guy finishes the post parade.
Note the field for race number 10 is about to be entering the track for the post parade. Also, there's a look at Bernie on the camera. How you doing, Bernie? Field 4, the 10th race on parade. 1, Sobble Play. Austin Story for Terry Gallant and Triple S Equine. Number 2, JP Oscar. It's Brent Madonna for Tom Riley and Amanda Riley and Steve McGill. Number 3 is Barossa Blue Jeans. Robert Shepard for Bruce Goit. And number 4, Old Buck. Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant and Calvin Kepfer. Number 5 is Phone In, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossens and Brandon Bossens. Number 6 is Hercules JM, Travis Henry for Chantel Mitchell and Jacques Mercier. And number 7 is Twilight Zone, Natasha Day for Ken Oliver and Milton Young. Field of 7 for the 10th race. It is the start of the late daily double. We are going to start with 1, Sobble Play, Austin Sorry, inside post position. And this one did show gate speed. June the 12th at Hanover, finishing second, and since then has raced very, very well. Sobble Play is getting a lot of love, Rob, and I think it's merited.
Yeah, for sure. I was hoping for around 2-1, but yeah, 8-5 now, getting up there, hopefully. I thought last time this horse raced fantastic, and no time at all. Was a rock solid winner on that occasion, and if you go back to the effort before that at Hanover too, it was really nice. So I certainly think Sobble Play is the one to beat, but I'll be honest, Gary, I struggled with this race for a field that only sports 7 horses.
Yeah, and 1 Sobble Play, that line June the 19th in Hanover, that was really an impressive line because worked early, then had to move up first over and was able to clear and just drive away. Sobble Play is getting a lot of love, and I think it's earned at 8-5. But there is a look at number 6, Hercules JM, who is 9-2 on the board. Not one that you liked in your top 4, and yet he is my second choice on the board. But I do like the last couple lines, and also is one that, last year had some decent miles over at Flamborough Downs. But I think this one is one that might be able to get something done from post position 6. Raced well from the trailer post June the 16th here. Now that was a level below this, but still, it was a solid outing.
Yeah, it was definitely a solid outing on that occasion. And last time, it's not a good trip. Ended up finishing third behind Sobble Play, who was the runner-up. I think this one here for me, I just looked at it and said, okay, we'll post 6, and last time didn't really do too much in the stretch after getting a favorable trip. So I left this one out. But like I said, I think that really this is a field where if you told me any one of them won, I wouldn't be too shocked.
Number 5, Phone In, is your second choice. Colin Kelly's already got a couple of wins on the evening. We have liked Kyle Bossens' horses, how they have looked, and improving with Kyle Bossens' horses. This one did a lot of work from off the pace last race, so definitely one that has an argument to be made that just might be sitting on a very fine outing here, and you get a better price at 6-1.
Yeah, and third start back since the shutdown, and I noticed that Kyle Boston's horses seem to race really better with each start, and this one didn't have much of a chance in his last 2. I think that 6-1 is certainly a decent price on this one, and I slotted the horse in for second, and even considered putting him on top and looking for that bigger price. And right now, 5-1. Hopefully, you get that number come post time.
Well, if you're looking for an even bigger price, right now the longest shot on the board is number 4, Old Buck, and yet it is your third choice. Paul McKenzie got the job done earlier this evening. Maybe he can score again with Old Buck.
Man, you can't really hold his last start against him. He had the 7-hole at Hanover, which is an impossible spot. Got away 8th and, made headway throughout the mile. 3 back was a winner. No stranger to the winner's circle, 26 career wins, and he's a classy horse that I think certainly can get a piece of it in here.
He certainly can get off the gate also, and is one that's likely to be firing early. There's a look at number 3, Barossa Blue Jeans, sent up by Bruce Goy. It's only the third start of the year, and this one was a decent earner last year and has some back class with 31 lifetime wins. That last race at Hanover, it's really a tough mile. Barossa Blue Jeans, Robert Shepard should be better in here, 7-1.
Yeah, I certainly think so. And I was hoping for a bit of a bigger price because the lines are a little bit deceiving, I think. But if you look, too, he took support in both those efforts, and both times just didn't look like the trip worked out. Now third start off the layoff should certainly be better today. 7-1 is probably a decent number. I would hope for a bit more, by the time they let them go. But, yeah, I'd use this one underneath for sure.
Well, it is time to find out how the 10th race is going to unfold. Sobble Play has been played all the way down to 3-5 on the board. It's a field of 7 taking up position. Sobble Play, J.P. Oscar on the inside. In the center, Barossa Blue Jeans, Old Buck, and Phone In. And to the outside, Hercules J.M. and Twilight Zone. It is a field of 7 for the 10th race. Here they come. Field 4, race number 10, is in the stretch. And there at the start of the route, JP Oscar, Old Buck comes flying out. Double play, Barossa, Blue Jeans, then phone in at Hercules JM and Twilight Zone. But Old Buck on the outside as they turn into the backstretch. Now is going to take back and find a seat in behind JP Oscar. JP Oscar leads it. Old Buck is second. Double play is playing in the front. 3, about 4.5 off the lead. Then it's a gap about 4 or 5 to Barossa, Blue Jeans. And further back is phone in the trailing pair, Hercules JM and Twilight Zone. Opening quarter, 27 seconds. JP Oscar with a lead of a length and 3/4. That is Old Buck who's second. Racing third. Double play is only about 3 off the lead right now. And then Barossa Blue Jeans is currently racing along in fourth in front of Phone In. Then Hercules JM and Twilight Zone. JP Oscar and Brett McDonald is doing the work on the lead. And on the outside, there goes Double Play now, grinding up first over, 56-3. It was a solid half, and they work their way on into the backstretch. And Old Buck has been getting a trip. And to the outside, Barossa Blue Jeans is spotted second over. Then on the inside, Phone In. And then it is Hercules JM and Twilight Zone. Double Play is playing right alongside JP Oscar. They stride together on down the backstretch, and JP Oscar hasn't thrown in the towel. Double Play in the center. Rolling off cover comes Barossa Blue Jeans, and Old Buck is getting a trip still on the inside. Then Hercules JM netted his Phone In Twilight Zone. JP Oscar is hanging tough on the inside. Double Play, though, is still grinding on the outside, and now Double Play has come on to play with a slim lead as they turn for home. Old Buck is looking for the passing lane. They come on down the stretch, driving out wide. Barossa Blue Jeans, but it is Double Play, Barossa Blue Jeans, and Hercules JM. Double Play wins it. Hercules JM found a seam to get second. Then Barossa Blue Jeans and Old Buck. Double Play, 157-2. 3-5, well, no real value there, but you get the winner.
Yeah, first over, Gary, is not a bad place to be when you got the best horse. I think that was Austin Sorey's plan here. Used really hard on the front end there, leaving out there. That was a big opening quarter by JP Oscar and Old Buck. This one, hung tough. First over, got the job done, but it was kind of the way I expected it too, in the sense that there a lot of horses were in with chances there, right? I thought this race was a lot tighter, in reality than it was on the odds board, but the favorite did emerge victorious.
Number 6, Hercules JM, was 14-1 on the board, and yet was right alongside Double Play last time out. Finished a third to Double Play second, and they were together, and they're together again right there at the finish. Certainly value for the second spot.
Oh, for sure. And you called that one, right? That was your cold exacta play?
Yes, it was.
There you go. Another one for Gary Guy right there. Also, I think that Phone In might be one to come back to next time. Got caught in along the inside and certainly had some pace in the stretch. Maybe he needs to draw even further inside than post 5 for next time. But definitely an interesting race. But look at that. After all that stuff going on in that contest, Double Play, the favorite, comes out victorious at 3-5. But Old Buck, solid effort there after battling early to finish fourth. And Barossa Blue Jeans, another one we highlighted, ended up getting third.
1-6-3-4 is the top 4, and coming back in front of us, the 10th race winner. It is one Double Play, a 5-year-old Shadow Play Bay Gelding, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Terry Gallant. Austin Sorey with the winning drive, second win this year, and the 12th lifetime for Double Play. 157-2, a new season's mark. Noted is the driving double on the evening also for Austin Sorey. The 10th race payouts. 1 Sobble Play, 330, 280, 230. 6 Hercules JM, 675.90. 3 Barossa Blue Jeans, 450. $2 Exactor, 2040. Dollar Try, $119.40. Dollar Super, $341.30. Fans note in this 11th race, a claim entered number 6, Mr. JR. Claim entered 6, Mr. JR. Tenth race order of finish from the top. 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 7. That's the 10th race order of finish. 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 7.
All right, everyone. Well, time flies when you're having fun. It's already time for the last dash of the evening. Race number 11, and it is the 20-cent Super High Five. So map out your winning tickets for that wager. And we've got a full field of $7,000 claimers. I'm going to sound like a broken record going back to this horse again today. Number 2, Cal Hanover. I've been on this horse his last 2, and he was second 2 starts ago, and last time got a real difficult trip first over a long way before fading to be 4th in the stretch. But I'm going to go back to him one more time. 3rd time is the charm. Number 2, Cal Hanover. I thought he was okay last time. He raced well 2 starts ago to Dreamfair Takati, who was excellent for 2 starts here. And, Gerard Demar's horses have raced fantastic, I thought, tonight so far. Captain Ray finished 3rd. Milan was a winner. So we'll jump back on his barn in race number 11 here with number 2, Cal Hanover. 5-1 on the board. That is some serious value, but I suspect that price is going to come down given the fact that we all picked the horse in the top 2 here for the handicappers at Grand River Raceway. And for second, number 5, Seymour Little, currently 6-1 on the board. I think this one has some potential getting back to the claiming ranks. Was racing at Sarnia, was a winner 2 back last time, no chance. Overland a long way from post 9. So Seymour Little, I think, has the chance to hit the ticket in here. 6-1 looks like the right price on that one. And for third, I have EA's Ideal, the rail horse. It was a winner in here last time. Might have benefited, though, from the tough trip at the 2 up front, Went and Cal Hanover and Big City News, but I think certainly can get a piece of it at 6-1 in here. I never want to leave the rail horse off my super high 5 tickets, that's for sure. And then in for 4th, I like number 9, Joey's Kid, following out that rail horse. And, well, last time, finished 4th at Clinton after getting away 8th from the 7 hole. And, hasn't been racing too poorly in his last 2 and even before the shutdown. Hit the board in 3 of 7 this season. Just 1 win, but I think this one can certainly sneak onto the ticket underneath. 5-1 might be a little shorter than I'd be willing to take on a win ticket, though, on number 9, Joey's Kid. And then in for the bottom spot in the Super High 5, got number 4, Top of the Morning, a 14-year-old who last time closed from a long way out of it to end up finishing second to EA's Ideal. But I think that, with a favorable trip, this old boy can probably get a share of it again. Right now, 7-1, now 8-1 is probably the right price on this one. But I'm going to go right back to Cal Hanover, and hopefully I'm not going to be looking at the definition of insanity after this race because I've done it the last 2 times. I'm going to do it one more time. 5-1 seems like a pretty good price. I don't think we're going to get that come post time, but that's what I'm going to go with on top of my super high 5 ticket. And we'll come back and discuss the last race of the card a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 11th on parade. 1 EA's Ideal. Brent McDonough, Jen Rankin, and Brenda Rankin and Brandon Giroux. Number 2 is Cal Hanover, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and J.R. Marois. Number 3 is Big City News, Austin Sorry for Patrick Shepard and Triple S Equine. 4 is Top of the Morning, Aaron Byron for Rachel Onema. Number 5 is Seymour Little, Nick Boyd for Clifford McGuire and Nancy McGuire. Number 6 is Mr. J.R., Colin Kelly for Claude Gerard. Number 7, Face of War, Nick Stewart for Scott Friend. Number 8 is Jackson Killeen. It is Robert Shepard for Christina Soundy. And 9 is Joey's Kid, Travis Henry for Vern Cochran and David and Suzanne Anderson. Note the claim on 6, Mr. JR. Note Colin Kelly drives 6, Robert Shepard drives the 8. And let's get a look at this field for the 11th race. And We're going to start with my top one, and one that neither Rob or Ken used in their top four, so maybe I have to be the one to make the case, at least, for this four top of the morning. 39 wins lifetime, and off the layoff since the middle of March. Has been good in each of three starts. A couple at Clinton, and was solid off the pace here to close to finish second. Has gate speed. Rob, I think top of the morning is going to leave a little bit and be within striking distance.
You're certainly getting the right price on this 14-year-old at 9-1 right now. Gary, I didn't put the horse in my top four, but I did add the horse to my fifth selection, which is for the bottom end of the super high five. I think the last effort was pretty good. He still came home in 31 seconds, but I certainly think that getting a piece of it tonight is possible. And you know what? When you do back a price, you usually get a big effort. So 9-1 certainly looks pretty decent right now.
Number 2, Cal Hanover. Now, I'm not sure if you went to the wedding on March the 25th at Flamborough when he just romped over the field, but you've been at a couple funerals with Cal Hanover, but you're going for another try for the funeral. Hopefully, it's going to be the wedding for Cal Hanover. There's Cal Hanover on the track.
Yeah, it looks good on the track, but you know what? It's only been funerals for me, Gary. I jumped on the bandwagon 2 starts ago, and it has not been fun to this point, but maybe that'll change tonight. Finished, second to Dream Farzicati, who was fantastic for those 2 wins earlier in June, and then last time this horse got a really bad trip. Battled a long way first over before, giving in to finish 4th, but still beat the horse that stuck him out there for that journey. So drawing inside of that one tonight, I think, is a benefit. 7-2 is really much bigger price than I was expecting too.
One of our favorite barns to be on as well, Gerard Demers. There's one, EA's Ideal. I wasn't sure whether to use this one or not. I thought that he really did benefit with how things laid out for him last time, but he gets the inside post position, and oftentimes from the inside things can help you and can benefit you, and it might just, again, 9-1.
Yeah, that's a good point. He draws the rail again, and you can't really fault him for winning. I mean, he certainly benefited from the ones up front battling, but should be confident coming into this. Right back with the rail again. Crazy that he's 9-1. He's almost getting up as high as he was last time, and he showed us that he can win in here. So, 10-1 now, certainly some value there. I couldn't put the horse on top, but I did slot him in for third.
5, Seymour Little is the next one we're going to look at. And I'll tell you, that last race at Sarnia, post 9, you can maybe write that one off because I actually battled really hard. But then post 8 at Sarnia to wire a field, and that was the third of 3 consecutive good races, 1 at Mohawk and 2 at Sarnia. This will be now the 4th start off the layoff as well. There's a lot to like with Seymour Little.
Hey, you're exactly right. I just crossed that line right off the page. They went 26-3 to the quarter, and he was trying to leave out of there, and then went parked after that. So just way too fast, too early. And now tonight, post 5 has speed. Certainly looks like he fits with these, and 5-2 on the board right now. He's the favorite, so he's taking a lot of support. I'd say the win price is a little too short for me, but I certainly respect this one.
Number 6, Mr. JR, there's a claim in. This one has 3 wins on the year. Are we overlooking this one? 10-1 now.
We might be. I hate it, Gary, when I don't have a horse that's claimed in my top 4. Now I got a top 5 without this one. So we might be overlooking this one. I do look back to some pretty decent lines at the bottom of the page there. Maybe this one has a shot. 10-1 on a claimed horse. Not too bad there either.
Field for race number 11 is taking up positions. EA's Ideal, Cal Hanover, Big City News on the inside of the center. Top of the morning and Seymour Little to the outside. Mr. JR, Face of War, Jackson Colleen, and the second tier, Joey's Kid. It is a field of 9, race number 11, the final dash on this Friday night at the river. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for the 11th is at the start of the round. Big City News leads with Cal Hanover. Face of War comes marching from an outside post position. EA's Ideal is into the front grouping as the field works their way into the backstretch. Now top of the morning is racing 5th and is on the pylons in front of Joey's Kid. And then it is back to Seymour Little and Mr. JR. And Jackson Colleen is trailing the field. Cal Hanover was able to grab the early lead. And racing position second is Big City News. EA's Ideal is is on the inside third in front of Face of War. Top of the morning is in mid-pack racing position 5. And then it is back further to Joey's Kid and Seymour Little. And now popping up, there comes Top of the Morning. Moving up now, and they race their way off the turn of a 27-3 opening quarter. And it is Cal Hanover. EA's Ideal brushed to the outside. Big City News is on the inside third. And Top of the Morning is now racing second over fourth and is about 3 1/4 off the lead. Then Face of War's racing fifth. And then to the outside, that is Joey's Kid. Then it is back to Jackson Killeen, Seymour Little, and Mr. JR. 58-3 was the halftime. A nice 31-second second panel breather for Cal Hanover. EA's Ideal on the outside has come on to within about a half length of the front. Big City News, Top of the Morning on the outside, is bearing down on the back of EA's Ideal and is now moving up, but off that solid second panel breather, Cal Hanover is going to start to stride away on the field. Now centered wide goes Top of the Morning. EA's Ideal in the center of the track is still hanging tough and holding on to second. Top of the Morning is third. And then racing on the inside, Big City News as the field is about to turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. And then racing now coming on with a kick late is Seymour Little. On down the stretch drive they come. Cal Hanover and Paul McKenzie, they come on to the finish. Cal Hanover flying late comes Seymour Little. Cal Hanover, Seymour Little made it close at the finish. Top of the Morning. Then Mr. JR and EA's Ideal, 158-2. Very close at the finish. Cal Hanover was trying to hold on, and our camera person thinks that Cal Hanover was a winner. Was it enough for you to think that he won?
Well, I sure hope they're right, Gary. I need Cal Hanover in the worst way here, and it's close. Wow. I knew he was getting tired, and he certainly sprung a leak late there. It was a much better effort than his last couple, but we'll see if he hung on here.
Well,
Nick
we
Boyd
will
has
see
Seymour Little just flying.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing this slow motion. Seymour Little really came flying, regardless of whether he got there or not. It was a solid effort, and was your second choice. You had 2.5. You're not looking for a 5.2, though.
I only have it one way, sir, and it looks like he just hung on, maybe. I don't know.
I'll just be talking to the judges for a second. You can chat if you'd like. I'm going to actually find out.
Please let me know as soon as you know. No, listen, that was a really entertaining finish there. Nick Boyd had Seymour Little flying. Cal Hanover, certainly wanted the lead tonight, and I thought he might give a little payback to Big City News after last time getting hung out. It's a good sign. Paul McKenzie coming back.
And he is the winner in the photo. So Cal Hanover, 2.5. You nailed the exactor. I'll tell you, off the half, with that 31-second second panel, I thought he was home and cooled out.
Yeah, I did too. I didn't think it was even going to get close, but then I could see on the last turn there, Paul tried to get as much daylight as he could because he was getting tired, but much better effort this time. And your horse Top of the Morning turned in a solid effort too.
At 11-1, and then, of course, the 1. We like the 1 on the high five. 6, Mr. JR, the claimed horse, to finish fifth. 2.5416 is your top 5. And coming back in front of us is number 2, Cal Hanover, 5-year-old sports rider, Bay Gelding, owned by J.R. Marois, trained by Gerard Demers, the training double. Paul McKenzie with his second win on the evening, delivering another big load of potatoes. It's the second win this year and 12th lifetime for Cal Hanover, 158-2. The 11th race payouts to Cal Hanover, 10, 40 for 50 to 80. 5. Seymour Little, 310, 320. For top of the morning, 520, $2 exactor, $32.60 try. Well, forget the try for a moment. The pick 4 is $62.85 and a dollar ticket. Dollar high 5, $1,377.65. The dollar try, $96.25. The double, $11.50. The 11th race order finish from the top is a 418-325-697. Once again, from the top down, 418-325-697. And the claim information. Number 6, Mr. JR, the new trainer, Gerard Demers. There is a look at your beautiful photo finished by Debbie Sulhaney, just holding on to Cal Hanover. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Friday evening. Racing action resumes this coming Monday. Our first race will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenos nachos, amigos. Although hickory sticks are better. Good night, everybody. Keep your stick on the ice.